What is up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I'm Thorn, and glad to see you. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, we're here. We're streaming. We're ready to go, and no PC, no PC upgrading this time. We're gonna just focus on helping people find PCs. And for those of you who were at the Twitch stream, the gaming stream on Sunday, you may know that my voice was off. My voice was like kind of busted. It ended up dropping my voice whenever I would speak kind of low, kind of quietly. It ended up giving me a and I've worked 8 years at Blizzard kind of effect where my voice was lower than normal, like as if I was faking it or something. I wasn't. It was just very rumbly, which was kind of cool when I voiced the King of Red Lions for Wind Waker. But when I had to do like a kid's voice, I was playing Wind Waker. When I was trying to do a kid's voice, trying to read the text for a kid or something, it was a little difficult, but it was fun. But my voice is slowly coming back. I think I might have figured out what it is because it is still a little lower register than normal. When like I'm still gonna have to do that. I'm gonna try not to yell as much. You guys know that all bets are off usually when we're talking about computer stuff and yelling with me, but we'll see how that goes. Let me start saying hi to people. Bergie5, sorry for being a little, coming in 15 minutes late. Sorry about that. Thank you for the tier 1 sub 3-month streak. Let's go, nerds. Sorry, that's about as excited as I should try to get with the voice. But no abandonment. We're here. We're here. I hope you didn't leave because it was just it was like a minute after you did that we started. But yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it. TP Loft, what's up? I don't know who Brady is. Brady. You said it in both chats, I think. But I'm here. But what's up? Alucard, how's it going? Glad you know the reference. Yeah. Zintech, welcome. Hayden, welcome back. How's it going? No, don't. Yeah, thank you for the /S there. Zeno, what's going on? Great news. PC build went smoothly. Awesome. Post that up in the Discord. I hope you already did. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Still don't know what that means. Like bready, like a breaded food product. But if you're happy to see me, then I'm happy to see you. Doesn't matter what you say, like what you call me. It's fine. Steve over in YouTube, what's going on? Michelle Melton, how are you doing? You'll see, Michelle, why I'm like, whenever people are like, sorry, I'm late. I'm like, who cares? I'm late all the time. I'm generally 5 to 10 to 15 minutes late. That's why I say around 8 p.m. Central. So technically, I'm not actually late because it is around 8 p.m. Central. Unless I get to like 8:30, then I'm like, yeah, that's late. That's not good. Then I'll put something up in the Discord, usually in the announcements channel. Sailor X, welcome. Glad to see you. Alice, welcome. Happy to see you. And Peter, thank you for being in both chats. I always appreciate that. Let's see. Gigabyte WindForce. Okay, cool. 5060 Ti, 16 gig. It's funny because there were so many negative, and that's the thing. You're going to see so many negative reviews for things, but when people actually buy those things, it's like, this works. This is doing gaming things. What's the big deal? Well, you have to remember the pricing of those things when they first came out. And that's how things have to be reviewed, based on the price as it came out. That's why the price on the 9070 and 9070 XT when they first came out were so glowing, because of, the reviews were so glowing was because the prices were supposed to be amazing. And then they weren't. But those reviews persist. So AMD actually did it the right way this time in terms of PR. Instead of pricing things too much in the keynote and at launch and then dropping the price a month later, they did it the other way around. And oh boy, we're the ones who got debated this time. Robert Fixit, welcome. How's it going? Tech Blacksmith, what's up? Welcome in. TL Foreman, happy to see you. What's up? Welcome. Alucard, thank you for being in both chats, of course. Always appreciate you being in both and taking care of things in them. Gonna be AFK for tonight. Mrs. Fixit was in an accident. Oh my goodness. Okay, she's fine. Okay, well, yeah, that's absolutely fine. You prioritize that. That's for sure. And I hope that Mrs. Fixit feels better soon and is in tip-top shape before you know it, Robert. Braxton, what's going on? Nice to be here. Good to see you. Nice to have you here. Good to be seen and to see you as well. What's up? I don't know. I try to make different entrances. That's fine. Jolyn, what's going on? Hey, Braithring, you sound better. I do sound a little bit better. I do. I'm not coughing. I was never coughing or feverish or any kind of thing that like maybe when you get sick sometimes can cause you lose your voice. I think it was so I've been trying to sort of wean myself a little bit on vaping. And for that, I got something that was going to be a device that was not going to be any kind of disposable or anything like that, but something that'd be refillable, but that would give me less vapor, less, I'm supposed to be getting less and less. I'm trying to do that over time, but at my own pace. I think it might be hurting my throat, like just the way it is. So I don't know if it's a bad coil or something like that. Just kids, don't vape. Not ever. It's just don't do it. And for those of you who smoke cigarettes, yes, vape. That's the better option. But just if you start feeling any negative effects of something after you get it, like stop doing that thing. And since I stopped doing that thing just for the day today, I've already started feeling better right around this area. So I guess maybe that was the thing. DJ Simple Green, what's up? Welcome. Zeno says, now to learn how to game on PC. I think the part that took longest was figuring out cable management, but I gave up. It's your first build, right, Zeno? Like, that's fine. Hayden, hey, vaping is not worse. It's not worse. Wow. What big tobacco PR got to you? Jesus. Vaping is worse. I love that you just say that and give zero context. Don't do that kind of thing in my chat. If you're going to say something like that, you need to explain yourself. Okay? I don't like misinformation in my chat. The science is there. The science is there showing it is markedly better, like a lot better. It's not good, but it's better than burning tobacco and breathing in and all the additives that are in tobacco and all that crap. There's a YouTuber that is crapping on pre-built because he bought a pre-built on Amazon back when he was 16 years old. Which one is that? Sailor, you got to give me more than that. You guys are teasing me tonight. You're like saying a thing and not giving any context. What's going on? Or Chaos, what's up? It says, as long as you didn't have to force the panels closed on your case, it shouldn't be an issue provided nothing got damaged via force. Yeah. But even if you did, you wouldn't be the first person that had to lay the PC down and push down on that right side panel to get it closed. Well, what I've been taught in school is that vaping is the equivalent to one pack. Vaping what? But look, Hayden, just don't do any of them. Especially if you want to pursue music, do not. Because it can affect your... Like, I love singing, and singing is a big thing for me. And right now, because I tried this other one here, yes, it's to wean off of it, but I couldn't carry a tune at all to save my life if I wanted to. But there are no long-term studies yet, are there? It used to be said that smoking is healthy. Tin Tenson? Is that how I say that? Please tell me to say your name correctly. I want to do that. Vaping has been around for, as we know vaping now, 15 years now. And studies started pretty early. Yes. And it's also pretty simple. Propylene glycol is the main carrying agent there, and it is used to purify air. Like, it's fine. It's food grade. It's used to purify air. It's fine. It's pumped into hospitals and malls. You breathe it. You breathe the primary ingredient in vaping every freaking day if you go to malls or hospitals or things like that. It is used to purify air. Now, in the concentration that you would get it in vaping, that is higher. But if you've ever used an asthma inhaler, you've probably inhaled some propylene glycol. Okay. And I don't think that they would add a harmful thing to the lungs, to asthma inhalers. That would be stupid. The other thing is vegetable glycerin. Yes. But yeah, it's been around. My name is difficult. My name is difficult for non-Germans. I can't explain it over text. Well, if it helps, it won't. I'm actually directly half German. I'm a first-generation American. My father was born in Germany. Did he teach me German? No, or neither German or any of the other 9 languages he spoke aside from English. And my mom speaks 7 languages. Only taught me English and Spanish growing up. That's all I got. Well, Spanish I had to learn myself, actually. So no, all I was taught was English. Can you believe that? Like, really? No French, no German, none of it. The thing about vaping that people don't realize is there are different types of juices. Vaping Salt Nick is worse for your lungs and more addictive. Yeah, I tried Salt Nick for like a little bit and I was like, I can't do this. I should not do this. So I don't do it. Yeah, Freebase, Ty is not so bad. What's up, Ty? How's it going? Hayden Allen Official says, have you heard of Fume? I've never heard of Fume. Yeah, so what I know is that when Big Tobacco was like, we're not going to beat vaping, so we're going to get into it. They basically bought out some of the companies that were already doing it and or launched their own and started launching anti-smoking campaigns that were secretly pro-vaping campaigns in schools. And that was messed up. But that's Big Tobacco. I don't buy Big Tobacco. I don't buy Juul. I don't buy any of that crap. That's Big Tobacco stuff. Yeah, I don't buy any of that stuff. Hell, I used to build my own wooden box mods. Like, I was always about, like, you know, all that stuff. Revenge 1736. Hello, sorry I'm late. Wouldn't let me join on my laptop. Well, Revenge, we just got started. You're good. But also, never you can show up whenever you can show up. It's okay. Welcome. I got up to 6 milligrams of salt Nick, and it's so good, but my God, it makes you feel so terrible. Yeah, it's bad. I would get short of breath. And I'm like, dude, I've been like, yeah, you know, I think it's easy till you come to Dirty Das. Yeah. Oh, Hayden was talking about wanting to learn German. In the 40s, 50s, and 60s, there were ads that said more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette. Yeah, I mean, we're a lot more aware about health stuff now than people were in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, though, Berkey. I mean, to be fair. The gum isn't most healthy either. The bad deal with stress is chewing gum. Well, chewing gum is really not bad. But no, I mean, Zeno, thank you for moving me to your primary screen. Wow, it's so spacious here. Wow, nice. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Hold up. How did that happen? I need to check my Stream Deck settings. Oh, that's the top-down camera. There we go. Now it should. Yeah, there we go. I turned that off and on and off. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, I don't know. Okay. Who was asking about CPUs? My PC idles between 40 and 50. It's not idle temps that matter that much. It's what your max temps are. Often people just do quiet, silent fan curves. Yeah. Some processors are also meant to hit their TJ max and be fine. 13th and 14th gen Intel and 7000 series. And by extension, I think it's to a lesser extent, but 9000 series Ryzen is all supposed to max out the temperature and then go from there based on your cooling capacity. So, yeah. Simple Green, I smoked for too long while in the military. I've watched myself go back to cigarettes without the vape. It's cheaper. It doesn't stink up my clothes. Can you wait? It's cheaper. It doesn't stink up my clothes. Can use it on my asthmatic wife. Win-win. Are you saying you went back to vaping without cigarettes? I'm not sure what you mean. Does anyone have the issue their right Joy-Con on Switch OLED not pressing like it should? Ghost Poner? No, that just sounds like it needs replacing, which is something that can be done. You can replace the analog stick. Oh wait, when you say pressing, do you mean the analog stick? What are you talking about? Like not clicking in like it should? Because that's just a physical issue then. Everything else works with Joy-Con, but if I try to do the thumbstick, not even budging like the other Joy-Con. Are you talking about clicking it in? Like basically what do they call it? R3, whatever they call that. Yeah, that's just a physical problem with the button then, and that can be replaced. You could also just go to a place that sells buys and sells used gaming stuff and buy used right Joy-Con. Excuse me, it should hook right up. Sadly, Taichi 9070 doesn't come with the ARGB cable, so it's stuck in the basic RGB flow. Is it a standard 3-pin 5-volt ARGB, Xeno? So the 3 pins with the gap in the middle of the, like where the third pin would be? I need to watch Thank You for Smoking. It's in my to-watch list. Yeah. The movie Thank You for Smoking is a fun movie about the tobacco industry, dark comedy. Yeah. It's... You guys have to imagine big tobacco. I mean, it's massive money, just like big oil, big pharma, all that. And they have a lot of power, but they don't have a power to completely suppress some. Well, I mean, vaping was something that could have been a thing a lot earlier, and it was suppressed for a long time. Then it wasn't anymore. And then when its popularity absolutely took off, and they were losing money like crazy, they were like, well, we can't beat it, so let's just buy it. If you can't beat it, buy it. That's how big tobacco handled the problem of people going to a healthier option to get off of cigarettes. And yeah, of course, they came in and ruined the party for everybody. They are the reason that there's a lot of restrictions now in a lot of states on flavors, because big tobacco has been shown and proven that they go after the youth. They try to get them young. Try to get young people to start to get addicted to smoking, so they have a forever client, a forever customer. Well, that didn't change with vaping. There was a problem for a long time with you know, you can't do this anymore. This I just bought, but it's old. It's not old stock, but it's just they're not going to be making the labels like that anymore. With fruits or anything colorful on the labels, that's being done away with, and that's good. That's good. It should not be appealing to kids at all, ever. Astral, I give you my kick heart. No, you can hold on to that. Do this one. I'll take this one right here. I'll take that one right there. Kick is fine, I guess. It's just problematic in a lot of ways, I guess. I had a conversation with somebody who was like, if you can put your stuff on every platform, why not put your stuff on every platform? But I don't really want to be on Kick. Too many problems, too many things. And there's people that I know and like that are on Kick. If there's someone out there who's on Kick, I don't care. That's fine for you as an individual. For myself as an individual, I don't like them as a company. So I'm not going to do that. Like Twitch put out their response to who is it? Ray J viewbotting, and they're like, yeah, we're cutting down on viewbotting. Like, we're not going to stand for that. Finally, it took them a very long time, in that time, everyone thought the worst because, like, I know Dan Clancy. It's like, yeah, put him on the spot. Good job, buddy. Put him in a terrible situation where he has to choose between his company and you. He's going to choose his company. That's how he does. Do you do TikTok, Braxton? I've made 2 TikToks. It's constantly on the verge of being shut down, right? Supposedly, I don't know. It's a good Wii movie. I might rewatch it now. It's in my head. There's a lot of kids in my school that vape. They shouldn't do that. Like, you know what you're doing when you start that. I mean, first off, you're getting yourself like, okay, basically you're putting yourself in a situation where you're like, I'm going to waste many thousands of my dollars over the years on something to look cool in the moment. And it It does, like, that's one thing is I wish I wasn't addicted to it because I wouldn't be doing it on stream. I don't want anybody to do this. Nobody should do it. It is, I mean, I barely drink. I'm not big for drugs or anything like that. I'm really not. I'm boring. I'm very boring, I guess you could say, if you wanted to look at it like that. But I think I'm a pretty cool dude either way. I'm one of the cool kids anyway. But no, I don't. It's one of the only vices I have. I'm that and ice cream. That's it. That's my two vices right there. The Taichi 9070 XT is magnificent, though. It was a lot bigger than I was expecting. That's GPUs in 2025. Most disposables use Salt NIC before too, which made kids want to keep buying more and more since they couldn't get box mods. Yeah. Yeah, they're also apparently putting the foot down on lurkers, apparently. Why? That's support. That's just someone who's like, hey, I want to be watching your stream, but doing something else. What's wrong with that? But it illegal to sell pre-mixed vape. What does that mean? Astral. Where? Someday, guys, I'm going to teach you to be specific about stuff. So I don't have to sit here asking questions about what you mean. It's illegal to sell pre-mixed vape. I don't know what that means in general, but also in what state? Like, what do you mean? Where? Because different states have different laws when it comes to things. Favorite ice cream flavor is dark chocolate. If I can get the smoothest, darkest, plainest chocolate ice cream, I love that. But if I go to something like Marble Slab, I'll get their double dark chocolate, which is not that high a percentage of cocoa, so they shouldn't be calling it double dark chocolate. But it's still decent. It's still pretty good. Very smooth. And then you get the pint of that, and you get it with layers of caramel. Not mixed in. Layers of caramel. And then you have a texture fiesta. It is so good. You have to mix it yourself. No, you don't. In Texas, Astral, that's why I'm asking you, where is it that it's illegal? Oh, in Norway. I'm sorry. I missed the word Norway. So, yeah, I would have liked that as just a paragraph. So I'm not like trying to find a... Okay, whoa, calm down, camera. So I'm not trying to find the context, like scrolling up and down. Yeah, someday I'm going to get you guys to give me just a solid, complete sentence at some point that tells me everything I need to know in one reading. I would love that. I would love that very much. Well, that's Norway, though. Braxton, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I don't know why you're breaking the law, though. The less you drink and vape, the more 5090 you can buy. Yes. Drinking can be god-awful expensive. Good Lord. Especially if you have expensive taste. Like, here's what I'll do. Maybe I'm at something like CES, and I hang out with TJ from Alexander PCs over there, and we go and get a glass of scotch or something. Like, that's it. I'm good for the night. Just... I don't know, 2 fingers, Macallan, neat, good to go, done. That's it. That's me drinking. I barely drink. You're never gonna see me on cold ones, but I'm also not famous enough to go on cold ones. So, they get all kinds of people on there, but yeah. Orange sherbet, okay. The HyperX Quadcast glows, so maybe you might not like that you have an RGB glow when it's near you. However, it's easy to tell when the mic is active instead of a little... Are you responding to somebody? Oh, HyperX Quadcast is a good mic for... Is it a good mic for streaming? I'll tell you, Zeno, a great mic for streaming that's like $55. What is it? It's a Fifine microphone. Because here's the thing. Here's the best advice. The best advice that I can give you is, if you don't want to treat your room to sort of deaden the sound in your room, have to put up sound foam, acoustic foam, things like that, then you don't get a condenser microphone, you get a dynamic microphone. Dynamic microphone. This is a microphone where if you're not close to it, you can't really hear it. And if you're to the side, it has off-axis rejection, where if you're to the side or behind it, it can't really get your voice that well. So that means all those reverberations from my voice aren't making it in here. That's a dynamic microphone. That's the kind where you see it on podcasts. You have to be right up on it. Now, one of the best deals is actually, where did I put it? Because I had it here somewhere. I had it nearby actually, but this camera is so trying to follow me. It's funny, but that's why I have it on like that. Let me see. Fifine dynamic microphone. The Fifine AM8. Oh, Zeno's probably in an ad right now. Ruchi has that mic. It's good. I'll keep recommending it. There are several good things about that about the AM8. Oh. This is the Fifine AM8. It has, of course, the yoke on it, so it's very easy to mount. Okay. And one of the really cool things about it, ignore the RGB. That's just a gimmick. That's fine. You have a really nice pop filter on here. It's not bad at all. It's a little thin at the part where it's supposed to do its job, but it's not bad at all. Okay. There's your capsule in there. It has also the mesh on here as well for pop filtration as well. But you have a capacitive, no, it's actually, yeah, a capacitive mute button right here on this side. Okay. And the capacitive mute means that when you mute your mic, there's no clicking sound when you mute or unmute your mic. That's inside the, there's no mechanical thing there. And then you have, of course, your mic gain and headphone volume, because it's got a headphone jack right in the mic. You can hear yourself. There is zero latency monitoring, which if you want to sort of get good at talking, monitoring your own voice is a big step forward to getting better at talking, because you learn to control your voice better and how it sounds to others, rather than just sort of what you hear in your own head. Now, you're still going to hear your own voice in your own head. It's just how bones work and how sound works. But it is the part that other people hear is amplified in your ears, and you can start to control your voice better. Then you have the combination of USB Type-C, or you can go either or. USB Type-C or XLR. That means you start out with it just being plugged into your computer with USB-C. And then if you get an audio interface and you don't have the money to buy an audio interface and an XLR microphone at the same time, doesn't matter. You can just use this instead because it has XLR. And yeah, so you can kind of build with this. And then eventually it can be a backup mic for you if your new Fandangled XLR mic messes up, which is what I did. Yeah, it's a really nice microphone. It's like $55 at Best Buy. They also have a white version of it. And Fifine apparently has a really nice low-profile mic arm, aside from their other mic arms, that this thing fits really well on. So there you go, Zeno. That's what you do. Then buy a Scarlett Solo 4 or something. Zeno, I would say there are more streamer-oriented audio interfaces now that have been coming out from like every company. So lots of good options out there. Adam, thank you for the lurk. Wet Willie Gaming, what's up? Welcome. You're in North Carolina, California, because of my wife. There are nice cities, towns here. I live in one, and no, I'm not saying where. Don't do that. Yeah, good. Here in California, I am vaping right now, but it ain't. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, Bray, the pre-built hater is Carimus. Okay. Let's see. All right. Uh, 16K subscribers, 19-year-old slacker trying to make something worth watching. Is that the one? There's a cat.
The most badass graphics in Cyberpunk.
So is the one with the cat for a picture? Is that the person? I'm not slouching, actually. I am sitting straight up in my chair. You'll know I'm slouching if you can see the top of my chair. I'm not slouching. But thank you for the posture check. Funny thing about a posture check, it could come back negative. As in, no problem. Not that I have negative posture. The problem, or chaos, is a lot of people don't make that distinction. They just say pre-builds. They don't care. They don't care to make the distinction. I saw a video about 50-50 crushing a 1080 Ti. Like physically? 50 series versus 10 series. I mean, that's 4 generations later. Yeah, that's him? Okay. Now, if there's one thing I don't want, I never want anything I say or do to cause you to go and send hate to somebody else. If you are going to criticize a creator, especially one that is and it doesn't really matter that much, but if they have fewer subscribers than I do, I don't want to ever stifle someone's growth. Constructive criticism is the only criticism that I would ever accept from any of my followers going to to comment on someone's video or anything like that. Just please keep that in mind. But let's see. Let's take a look. This is Karmas right here. I thought I could collapse this. Why is it not collapsible? Whatever. Okay. I regret buying a pre-built gaming PC. Here's why. That's okay. That's to get clicks. Sure. Why not? This is cool. Taking a PC that you get for very cheap and upgrading it till everything's playable. That's good. Good stuff. I don't know how this is $135 considering there's a gaming PC, but they might just mean the setup. I don't know. So this was started a year ago. Last video was posted 7 days ago. I finally switched to AMD. Here's why. But that's a 3050. So how?
You finally did it! You bought a gaming PC. Sure, you didn't build it yourself, but who cares? You have officially joined the PC Gamers Club, my boy. You are no longer stuck with a console or some budget gaming laptop. No, man, you are on another level now. Finally, you can play the games you've always dreamed of. Maxed out settings, high FPS, the full experience. Yeah, I know that feeling. That beautiful, powerful moment when you can finally do what you couldn't before. But, like everything in life, pre-built gaming PCs come with their own pros and cons. And today, I want to tell you about the risks, the things you need to know before buying a pre-built gaming PC. And of course, I will share my own unlucky experience with one. So, let's get into it. Okay, I bought my pre-built gaming PC almost 3 years ago. And honestly, comparing 19-year-old me to the 16-year-old me back then, we were completely different people. Now, I kind of understand how PCs work. I've already built 2 of my own, flipped them, and even made a little money off it. But 3 years ago, man, I was dumb as hell. At that time, my PC understanding was something like that. i3 was trash, i5 was okay, i7 was awesome, i9 got tier. That's where my knowledge ended. Oh yeah, and RTX equals cool. That was basically my entire worldview. Okay, you get the idea. I was just a regular teenager dreaming of gaming. And not just gaming though, I want.
Are there any... Okay, when does he say the pros and cons? There's a lot of cats. I see a lot of cats.
12 again. Now at the time I was hyped. I thought it was a killer setup, but looking back now, yeah, I messed up. Bad. But alright, blять, enough about me. Let's talk about the downsides of buying a pre-built gaming PC. The stuff no one warns you about. First of all, the people who build these pre-builds, they don't care about giving you a good product. They care about making...
Just all of them. None of them. Not a single pre-built company, or every pre-built company has people working there who don't care about you getting a quality product. Blanket statements like that don't work. Instead, the way I would have approached it would be to say, the people who built my PC did not seem to care about building a quality product. You can't talk about every single company like that. Some of them, not great. Some of them, freaking amazing. Like, insanely good. Better than a lot of experienced builders could put together. And in some cases, depending on the market, sometimes at the same price or sometimes even better than the price of building it yourself. If there's a shortage of GPUs or something like that, those shortages affect SIs in a different way. So blanket statements are always a dangerous thing to do, which in itself, of course, is a blanket statement. Only Sith speak in absolutes, yada, yada, yada. But they can, how about this? Blanket statements can be dangerous to your own argument. They can disassemble your own argument for you because you're basically making it to where you can be proven wrong very easily. And you can see that for yourself by going into the Discord, our Discord, and seeing in the SI testimonials group of channels, all of the good experiences people have had. Like a lot of them. In fact, it's the majority of experiences people in our community have had getting pre-builds have been excellent. So,
money of you. In my case, they cut corners everywhere.
Hold on.
Product, they care about making money of you.
That's what companies are supposed to do. Companies exist to turn a profit, keep the lights on, pay their employees, pay their taxes. That's the function of a company. And I would venture to say that we sometimes need to remind ourselves that we don't hate corporations enough. Okay. But if you were to take a lot of the smaller SIs, even the ones that aren't really in the price range of boutique, that try to sell things at a very competitive price, but are smaller system integrators, they very much care about the product they're putting out, not just about making money. But they do care about making money if they want to continue doing what they're doing. And an easy way to try and build hate against a thing that a company makes, a product, is to say, oh, that company just wants to make money. Yes. But of course, that's why they started the company, right? Now, saying they just want to make money, though, do they just want to make money? That's going to depend. It's another blanket statement.
In my case, they cut corners everywhere.
He finally says, in my case.
Slapped in a cheap 450 watt deep cool power supply that barely handled my system. And also they threw in this big ass tower cooler which was crooked, like actually crooked. It looked ugly as hell. They gave
I didn't see the notes on the bottom. What did that say?
This tower cooler which was crooked.
What you're seeing now is the fixed version. It's not helpful, but okay.
Like actually crooked. It looked ugly as hell. They gave me one stick of...
This is why I don't like air coolers in pre-builts. They're difficult to ship without potential damage to the air cooler. It is usually much better to use an all-in-one liquid cooler for shipping because the majority of the weight of the cooler isn't hanging off the motherboard off of 4 points of contact, just but some small screws. Most of the weight of the cooler is screwed into the chassis, and that's much safer for shipping. If only we could do that with GPUs as well. What Willie Gaming, after owning an iBuyPower computer for 3 years until I built me an ultimate PC, but I would buy another PC. I would go back to iBuyPower in a heartbeat just for their customer support and service. World class. It is world class. That's been shown multiple times on the LTT Secret Shopper series. iBuyPower actually did a little bit worse in the customer service department on this last round, but still better than others. Wavick MC, what's up? How's it going? Welcome. Let's see. Sure, some pre-builders cut corners sometimes, but not always. I mean, it depends if you're going for a budget build or not. What's up, AJ? Everybody who makes blanket statements doesn't understand the nuances of the world. Or some people make blanket statements to try and find confirmation bias amongst their viewers or provide confirmation bias for their viewers. Anyways, moving on.
Of cheap ass 16 gigabytes of Kingston RAM. Yup, a single green naked RAM stick, блять. Not even dual channel. And
so, you guys know whenever you've seen me looking at pre-builts, that if it says that it's 16 gigs of RAM or whatever, I look for it to say 2x8. If it's something like that, I usually don't recommend 16 gigs of RAM these days anyway. Kind of the minimum now is 32, because most PCs that are new and being built now are going to be DDR5. But yeah, if it's going to be 16 gigs, you want to kind of make sure it's not going to be. So far, power supply being 450 watts, and that could have been checked. You could have seen what is. I mean, hopefully you're buying it from a site that's going to tell. If you're going to buy a pre-built and they don't tell you how many watts the power supply are, to the point where you're really surprised by it, you shouldn't have bought from that website. They should be telling you what you're getting. And if they're not going to tell you, they're not going to get your money. Right? Now he was saying he was like, what, 19 or 16 or whatever age. He's 16 at the time. That's what my channel is for. That's what my YouTube channel is supposed to be for. So that you, like, I just sit there and I talk about pre-builts, but as I do that, you get more comfortable with it. You start wanting to ask yourself questions and ask questions of the company you're going to be buying it from. Like, okay, how many watts of the power supply am I going to get? Is this dual channel RAM? How much storage am I getting? Because we're going to hear about that soon, I'm sure.
Only years later did I realize how much better dual channel memory is. In case you don't know, 2 8 gigs of sticks, still 16 in total, will always perform better than one 16 gigabyte of stick. That's called dual channel, my boy. These guys were so cheap, they couldn't even throw in 2 normal sticks. Absolute trash. And to top it all off, they gave me an SSD with only 512 gigabytes.
So that's something that you need to see before you give away your money dollars. That is on the buyer. Once you give your money, once he gave his money, complaining about this now is like saying, look, I know that I bought this by choice. You didn't force me, and I could have emailed with questions or looked at the specs. I didn't do that. If the specs were available and as listed, did they screw him over? That's what he's saying. Is they screwed me over. They screwed me over. Now, if you're going to be like, yeah, but I was 16. Okay. So you screwed yourself over. Many 16-year-olds do that. Like, do make decisions that are bad for them. Many teenagers do that. Many young adults do, once you get past your 20s, you do that. Hell, in my 30s, I did that. In my 40s, I have done that. You just make decisions where you're screwing yourself over. And the natural tendency is to try and sort of push that off onto some evil company, right? In a purchasing situation. But if so far, like, I haven't heard anything about like, oh, it broke on me or it did this and that. So far, it's been about specs. Now, I might be jumping the gun here. It could be that there was something that doesn't have to do with specs here. That was an actual problem. So we'll keep watching real quick. But let's see.
I don't even know how I survived with that little storage, but somehow I did. At first, I didn't complain. To me, that PC was perfect. I used it about 6 months without any real issues. I edited videos, learned new stuff, and pushed it to the limits. But then, after about a year, the main problem started. The power supply, it started getting really loud, especially during the summer. And where I live, summer gets hot, like extremely hot. Even the AC doesn't help sometimes. So, unfortunately, I had to do something with my computer. I had opened it up a few times, studied the cables, figure out how the power supply connects to the motherboard, and all that. And honestly, that was very great practice. That pre-built machine actually taught me how a computer is put together, how things are connected, how everything talks to each other. So with money I earned, I bought a brand new 750 watt modular MSI power supply. And this was my first ever real PC building experience, my boy. Replacing the power supply took me like 4 or even 5 hours. I was slow. I was scared.
Why was that the footage of replacing his power supply? Why was... I don't know. I don't remember if it was said that footage of Cyberpunk was faked or not. I don't know. There may have been hyper-realistic mods for Cyberpunk. I don't know. But why was that the footage of him replacing his power supply? Like, I'm sure in the 2 builds that he's done in those videos, there was a power supply kind of thing involved. He showed himself moving RAM, putting RAM in or removing RAM. Why not the power? She sort of shot of the power supply and then a motorcycle going through traffic. I'm not criticizing the video. It's a genuine question of why that is. That's why I customize the PC how I want it from pre-builts like iBuyPower. Yeah, and you don't have to get a same day or rather a ready system for same day shipping and all that. So you don't have to do that. You can go to do a customized build and pick every part. And then that's on you. It's like you go to listen. That's when it's like going to Subway, right? If you go to Subway, and they have like one of those specials that's like a pre-made sort of recipe of combination of ingredients, and you're like, yeah, I'll take that one. It has a lot of ingredients I don't like, but I'm gonna buy that anyway. And then you don't like the sandwich. That's on you. That's your fault. That is your fault, not theirs. They just offered it. And then, same thing with the customized stuff, though. If you go through and you're making a sandwich from scratch and you pick ingredients that just don't go together, they don't taste good together, that's also your fault. That's why it is good to do your research. If you're going to be spending hundreds or thousands of your hard-earned dollars, you take your time. You do your research. You have to. Well, actually, unfortunately, you don't have to. You should. You should do that 100%. Anyways, of course, or you could just come to me and I'll tell you what you should do, I guess. But yeah, what's up, Random Troy? How's it going? Like buying a Toyota Prius with the intent to tow a boat. Yeah. Oh man, I mean, electric cars Prius is hybrid, but electric motors do have a lot of torque. But it's still, yeah, that one's not designed for any towing. Speaking of Subway, I had Subway for supper. It's not bad. Not bad stuff. I mean, it's kind of bad. It is kind of bad. But it's not the worst. It's not the worst thing. No, it's not the worst fast food you can get. In terms of bad fast food, it's some of the better bad fast food. One of my first jobs ever was at Subway, so I'm qualified to say so. Guys, it's actually talking about the bottom of the motherboard. I bet it's an MSI motherboard. The bottom of the motherboard. Wait, I missed something else in chat. Xeons provides additional power for PCIe, but without that, USB-C ports don't provide fast charging. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a 6 or 8 pin at the bottom of some motherboards or on the side, and that is for additional PCIe power. Yeah, that's not for overclocking. That is just to provide additional power to PCIe slots, essentially, if it's required. It's not a huge issue, no, to not use that. It isn't. Okay. I left for a bit. What was his GPU? I don't know. He hasn't talked about that yet. But back to it.
It might explode or something, but nope, everything worked. Everything I learned from opening up my PC, from watching YouTube tutorials, it all paid off. I successfully replaced the PCU. And that's, my friends, that's when my golden era began. I finally understood how computers actually work, and after replacing the power supply, which I still think is the hardest part of any build, I felt unstoppable. I knew I was getting the hang of this whole PC.
Swapping the motherboard is the hardest upgrade. Swapping your motherboard to do a platform change, you have to disconnect everything. Your fans, your power supply, your SATA drives if you have them, everything must be disconnected. Your front panel connectors, and if you don't have a unified front panel connector block, instead you have the little 2-pin one, it's such a pain in the butt. But yeah, swapping, wait, does he have a full ATX case with an MATX motherboard? All right, well, I mean, I can say, I don't know who sold that PC. I'm not necessarily a fan of that build. But we've seen good, some decent SIs put out systems with an MATX motherboard and a full ATX case because it's just what fits the bill of materials, what works for the bottom line. And that's just something that you kind of have to accept if you're going for price to performance. I think he says PSU is the heart, and I agree. It is. PSU is the heart of your system. The motherboard is the backbone, or you could say nervous system of your PC. CPU is the brain. Yes, all that stuff. Those things are things for sure. I also have a Lego GPU support bracket. That's kind of rad, actually. Bray, what's your go-to Subway order? Meatball sub with pepperoni. Not healthy. I don't think they have the best cookies. No. That's a lot of car pictures. Tanmay, what's up? How's it going? It's Gweg, though. If you're looking for help with a PC, let me see. Actually, Stream Elements just said so right there. If you're looking for help finding the right pre-built PC or need a custom parts list for a DIY PC build, click the first link in the description and fill out that form. That is part of the stream. We're going to be getting to that, but we're checking this out.
Building thing. Right after that, I replaced my old crappy cooler with this clean all-black SE 214 XT. It looked great and fit my setup perfectly. I even changed the thermal paste. Yeah, I was getting serious about this.
If you replace your cooler, you must replace your thermal paste. You don't keep the same thermal paste. It's not good. You need to clear it off with some isopropyl alcohol, clean it off really well from the CPU. And even if you're using the same cooler, if you have to remove it and put it back on, you clean the cold plate in your cooler and the IHS of the CPU, the heat spreader on the CPU. You clean them off completely and reapply your thermal paste every time. It sucks, but it's what you do. It's not RGB fail. I mean, obviously. Subway needs to double the meat. It's mostly charging for bread these days. That's been since day one, though. CPU is a brain. Yeah. Who has the best cookies in your opinion? Insomnia cookies? Probably some of the best. I think they're a chain anyways. I don't know.
As you probably tell, after that I just kept going. I ended up replacing everything. I got new GPU, I bought a new gaming case that actually fit the card, and I finally upgraded my RAM to dual channel. 32 gigabytes by the way. And on top of that, I added 1TB Kingston SSD. Seriously, I couldn't stop. And at that point I knew for sure. I finally learned how to build a PC on my own. Yeah, I get it. For the price of 1,000 bucks.
Really likes this cyberpunk footage, like this. Karimus really likes the cyberpunk footage.
I had 3 years ago, I could have built a much better PC, or at least that's what people say. But, my boy, the reality is, not all of us are born smart or experienced. You learn over time, and most of the time you learn by messing up. Every mistake teaches you something, and for me, that pre-built PC was my biggest lesson. If I hadn't bought it, I probably never would have learned how to build PCs by myself. So yeah, it wasn't perfect, but in the end, I'm kinda glad it happened. You know what advice I would give? Right now we live in a time where AI is everywhere. 3 years ago this stuff was just starting. I didn't even know what ChatGPT was. But now, if you are someone who has zero knowledge about PCs and you are thinking about buying a pre-built gaming PC, just do this. Copy the specs, ask every AI, is it worth it? That's it. You don't have to be a test genius. You just need to ask the right questions, and tools like this can really help. But remember this, my boy, even the best pre-built gaming PC will never match the one you built with your own hands. Like I said earlier, the people who...
What do you mean by that? I have to ask, because this was going in the right direction. It was going in the right direction when he was going over how, what do I always say? Pre-built PCs are the best gateway to PC DIY if that's something you ever want to pursue. It's a system that is worked, that is warranted, that it works, it is tested to work. You get a working system as something that you can then expand upon once the time comes to upgrade it. You do it over time. It's not something that you sort of force if you don't want to, if you're not comfortable. If you're thinking you want to build your own PC and you're on the fence about it, you probably should build your own PC. You'll save some money that way in most circumstances. Again, I've mentioned before, there's some times where you can actually save money buying a pre-built if there's a big shortage going on with GPUs. We had that for a little while this year, actually. But generally, yeah, it is cheaper to build your own PC. But you are the warranty at that point. For a first PC, it's a little... Think about this. Let me ask you this. What happens when you have an issue with your operating system and you call in to your tech support and they walk you through a certain process to fix it? You are fixing your PC with someone teaching you how to do it for free. You almost hope that problems are going to happen then. It's like, all right, teach me. Tell me what to do. And then do screen recording. I'm just going to record what I do here or something. Take notes. Whatever you got to do. But yeah, most people who are DIY PC builders now that are the biggest content creators for PC DIY started with a pre-built, and I've had them say so with me on camera. It's the absolute truth. Most of us start on the family PC or something like that. Now, so the problem here is saying something like, oh, hold on. Let me get the exact wording again.
Gaming PC will never can really help, but remember this, my boy. Even the best pre-built gaming PC will never match the one you built with your own hands.
I want to see how he qualifies this.
Like I said earlier, the people who build these pre-builds, they want to make money off you.
Yes, it's a business. People need to stop. Like, if you want to rely on a business for something, you have to stop villainizing them for seeking to make a profit and remain sustainable. That's how business works. It's both hateful and naive to villainize that. Now, if they are practicing any predatory practices towards consumers, that has to be noted and stopped. But just making a profit is not freaking evil. It's just business. That's how businesses work. He said so many times in this video he said they just want to make money. And that might be true about some companies. Okay? But there are plenty of companies out there that want to make a good product, build a community. You're going to tell me that Alexander PCs just wants to make money, and that's why they have a community and they invest so much time in it? They didn't have to do that. No. You paid your money. See ya. No.
There is always gonna be a price markup. So yeah, make your own decision, my comrade. Be smart, and if you believe in
now the other
he will never
saying that
really help. But
okay.
Remember this, my boy. Even the best pre-built gaming PC will never match the one you built with your own hands.
He did not explain this. He did not qualify this. He did not validate this. If you have a pre-built PC and a DIY built PC with the same components, it will literally match. Maybe not for the money, maybe not in price to performance, but he didn't say anything specific. It will never match in price to performance. That would have been true in many cases. But he said it will never match. That right there is sowing a seed of doubt in people who don't want to build a PC. They just want to game on one. That's fine if you just want to do PC gaming and get into it. This is the kind of messaging that's sowing that seed of doubt that keeps people on freaking consoles and in those ecosystems. Those kinds of words are the exact words that Sony wants you to say, buddy. They love it when you say stuff like that because it keeps people buying that $700 console, PS5 Pro, whatever. But it's Pro. I want to be a pro gamer. I need the Pro. I listened to after he said it. So wanted to see what he was going to say after. But then all he fell back on was these companies want to make money. You know, like companies do. There's going to be a markup. Okay. Are you a farmer? Do you buy groceries? Do you change your own oil? Do you cook all your own meals? Do you sew your own clothes? Come here. Everything has a markup. That doesn't make it worse. That makes it commerce. That's how it works. And just because of like you can say, well, it's easy to build your own PC. It's not. Maybe you had help. Maybe you are better in your method of learning meshes with watching videos and knowing how to do it, and other people don't. Maybe you had your uncle show you, or your brother show you, or your dad show you, or your mom show you, or whatever. Who cares who showed you? If someone showed you, yeah, it's easy. You have literally someone answering your questions right there. No one's born knowing how to do that. As he correctly stated earlier in the video, there are some good points in this video, but the conclusion, that right there, it went off the rails, unfortunately, because it's more confirmation bias. Because anyone who's built a PC is going to be biased towards PC building. That just happens. That and that's just you being like, hey, I invested my time and my money into this hobby. And that means that in order for me not to feel bad about that, you need to feel bad about not doing what I did. And this is the exact thing that bothers me so much about a lot of the older messaging. It's in a lot of ways it's gone away. Okay, in a lot of ways it has died down from content creators anyway. But when you had people who you'll see this in certain communities of people who started with a pre-built and then learned to build PCs saying, oh, you should never buy. You can't do what I did. That would make you stupid. I'm not stupid, but it would make you stupid. It's fine for me, but not for thee. If you started with a pre-built, that actually should teach you to learn to appreciate that entire industry. And instead of just hating on it, accept that in your youth, when you were 16, you made a bad purchasing decision. You didn't research. You didn't realize that you were buying specs that 3 years from then you would look at and say, those specs aren't that great. But if they were listed, then that's on you for looking at those specs and not going and, just going to a forum. Please, not AI, okay? You cannot guarantee the results of AI. You can't guarantee the results of going to a forum either. But AI can be all over the place when it comes to its results, okay? But you do your research, do your due diligence. There are hundreds of hours of videos that'll help you with this, okay? That is a lot, and option paralysis is certainly a thing. But it's just ridiculous to say like, have this big heartwarming talk about how if you never bought this pre-built, that you would never have gone into your golden era of PC building after building 2 PCs. That's the golden era, guys. It's 2 PCs. Which is cool. Honestly, I'm not trying to say that's most people will build only a few PCs in their lifetime. I'm not trying to talk down about that. It's just funny because he is speaking as an expert. He's speaking like an expert in this. And I am not trying to appeal to authority here, make an appeal to authority, right? That is a logical fallacy. I will only state that I have been building PCs for 25 years. Started with just modifying like he did, and eventually fully building PCs. Now, it was at a slow pace at first because it was just for me, but eventually I got into IT and I did it professionally, okay? And I would say even when I first came back to PCs, because I took a break from it for a while, I was ignorant too, but I just went, did research, caught up, and then my fundamentals kicked in, right? But I still make mistakes. I was during the Thursday thing, when I was upgrading that PC, I was using the wrong screws for the motherboard to mount the motherboard. I felt like an idiot, but you know what? We all got to feel like an idiot sometimes. We all got to mess up sometimes. It's a nice little ego check. Anyway, let's hear the end of it, I guess.
Like I said earlier, the people who build these pre-builds, they want to make money off you. There is always gonna be a price markup. So yeah, make your own decision, my comrade. Be smart, and if you believe in yourself, it's always better to build your own.
If you buy a pre-built, You don't believe in yourself. Incorrect.
Gaming PC. Trust me, it will save you money. Thank you for watching and I will see you next time.
What are these cat pictures? It's not terrible. It's not bad or anything. Honestly, I would say that I wouldn't call this trash talking pre-builts. I would just say that this is misguided. It was going in the right. That's why I was like, hold up, we're going to listen to this. It was going in a good direction when he was talking about how he would never have gotten into PC building if not for that pre-built. But blaming a company for your own bad purchasing decision, like sometimes you can be misled. I am going to venture a guess that this PC had its specs listed and he just didn't know what they were. But instead of saying, hey, do your research because I did not know what I was doing, and therefore my purchase was my fault, here's the specs that this had, and I should have known better. Instead of that, he's like, they'll cut corners. It's not cutting a corner. If it's a part that's listed, the specs are listed, and you know what you're getting. Now, if they weren't doing that, you're talking about a company you shouldn't have given your money to anyway. So I think that this video had potential to be a good message, and it was almost there, and it tripped over its shoelaces right before the finish line. AI, really, AI, like take the specs, say, is this worth it? You're going to go to AI, right? Guys, I'm not AI, and if you just give me specs and say, is this worth it? I'm going to have a million questions for you. What are you going to do with it? What is your use case? What's your full budget compared to how much this costs? Is this under or over your budget, right? Like just all kinds of stuff. Is it worth it? So I'm not going to say that this is a bad video. I think it fails at what it could have achieved, unfortunately. What it could have achieved is teaching people who want to buy a pre-built that, because it's like the whole thing I said about, like, he was saying about if you believe in yourself and you build your own, the vast majority of people are not interested. Just not interested in doing that for various reasons. If they don't have time for it, if they're just too nervous for it, they want to start with a pre-built, maybe they'll get into DIY later, or they just don't care and they just want a game. Do not make PC gaming unapproachable, then complain about consoles and people not moving over to PC and the PC industry not having enough, like whatever. Like, don't do that. We want people to move to PC gaming. Don't make it unattractive. This made it seem like if you don't build your own PC, you don't believe in yourself. That's just a logical flip on if you believe in yourself, just build your own PC. Ergo, if you don't believe in yourself, buy a pre-built. Like, Anyway, I haven't been responding to chat, and I do apologize for that. But yeah, I'm not gonna turn around and say that they're hating on pre-builts. I don't think that that's the case, because he acknowledged that if not for that pre-built, he would never have gotten into his PC building golden era. It's just, it really flopped at the end. Like, telling people that they need to spend their money based on what an AI tells them is just bad advice. Right now, LLMs are not there yet. I don't care. I don't care how good it is. I would not spend a dime based on what an LLM tells me. There's no way. ChatGPT is not getting my wallet. It ain't happening. It's still a curiosity for me. That's it. That's all it is. Okay. Adam Keller, what's up? I work for an IT company and we do SaaS. You see the markups we have. Our margins are sometimes 50 to 60%. Yes, IT can be a very profit-heavy business, which is nice. But cost for IT can be also very bad. Third-party IT, you're going to be seeing more profit. When I was a sysadmin, I was an internal systems administrator or IT administrator for a company, and I had to deal with the fact that at every meeting, I'm not a revenue department. I am just a cost department. I open my mouth, and the CFO has to spend money. and he doesn't like that. So, yeah, that was not fun. But when you're selling IT services, that can be really nice. Of course, you need to be taking that 50 to 60% margin, and you need to be paying your people really well. So that is a cost right there. If you want to get and keep good good talent and good skilled IT people, you need to pay them really well, depending on the area. Some markets, you don't have that many options as an IT someone in the IT realm. Xbox is Orchaos says Xbox is moving towards their systems being Windows PCs to run Steam, etc., with special version of Windows, so at least do more than just play Xbox games or run certain apps. I've heard similar things about that. Yeah, I mean that's what the whole handheld thing is going to be, right? I wouldn't say console gaming is limited if you're a person that by all means thinks performance is the key to gaming, then get a PC. If you're a person who wants to pick up console and game consoles, it's a perfect platform. Console gaming, Ghost Poner, what's up, by the way, is limited. That's what exclusive, I mean, of course, PC gaming, in that same regard, if you have console exclusive titles, is limited, but way less limited because there are just way more games on PC, plus the ability to mod those games. But console gaming is limited because if you want to do any, okay. Console gaming, maybe not, other than titles, because you're there to game, right? Once you want to do anything other than that, it is a very real, very solid limitation. I know I missed a lot of chat by doing that. I don't usually like to react to videos, but I felt like that was needed on that one. And I might just go leave a comment, just sort of a, what is it? A constructive comment, constructively critical comment on that. And nothing mean, nothing rude. And because honestly, I really liked, other than some of the random B-roll that didn't really make sense, that took me out of it, I guess. I think that the presentation was good. And I thought his English was very good, and the accent was very charming. I liked it a lot. I felt like it made the video more entertaining. So I basically, if I can basically say, hey, I feel like your messaging, there were some parts of the video that were very good, but I feel like the messaging was a little off. I wouldn't recommend this and this for these reasons. That being said, good job. There you go. And I've already told you the reasons for that, but, yeah, I don't think I would take any of that stuff and then make a video out of that and say, I reacted. I regret buying a... No, I don't make React content. You guys were here for it. Good for you. There you go. That's it. Revenge, welcome back. I guess I'll tell you that when you get back. Let's open up the list here, see if anybody's filled out the form. We'll do some PC matchmaking now. We will get to it. Also, I should start the music back up. I feel like I should start adding more. I need to check and see if there's more backing track that's been released so I can add more to the playlist. Yeah, but Nintendo's games are exclusive for a reason. How long has Nintendo been the leading console? Well, Ghost Poner, if you're trying to include the time that the PS2 existed, when that launched, it was not the leading console. I mean, the Nintendo did not have the leading console. The PS2, to this day, is still the best-selling console of all time. So Nintendo has not always been on top. In fact, the NES, yeah. Super Nintendo came to 16-bit very late and suffered for it. Sega got a lot of their sales and had some very aggressive marketing. They do what Nintendo don't. That's where that came from, by the way. And then N64, good. But then PlayStation came out and Xbox came out. And then the PS2 came out and everyone lost their minds. Pop Culture Principle, what's going on? Yes, PC Matchmaking is tonight. How's it going? So funny thing, Pop Culture Principle that you just reminded me of. And yes, I'm bringing up the list right now, actually. So I've been considering rebranding, right? Where Braythorn is what I go by. And I don't necessarily want my channel to be just that name, right? So we actually had a sort of discussion on stream about that. And one name that was suggested, because I was like, I want PC something. And PC Gateway was my main thing that I thought would be great. And I still think that's the #1 thing I want to go with. Someone said PC Paradise. And I was like, I don't think if someone shortens it to just the initials, I don't really want it to be PCP. So hello, Pop Culture Principal. How are you? Welcome to the stream. That was the wrong account. There we go. All right, and then I open forums as well. I'll just move that video over here so I can comment on that later. I just said though Nintendo had been limited by stuff, though Sony tried to create a handheld to compete with Nintendo. Oh, with handhelds, nobody competes with Nintendo in handhelds. Although now Steam Deck and when it comes to like now gaming handhelds are a whole new thing. But prior to the Steam Deck, nobody could compete with Nintendo in terms of handhelds. All right, let's see. Who's filled out the form so far? Oh, we have some people. Okay, so we have... Wait, wasn't TL Foreman here earlier? TL Foreman, you still here? I'm so sorry that I got distracted there. The only handheld to compete with Nintendo's dominance in handheld has been Sony's PSP. It didn't come close, though. I mean, if you look, there were some flops, like the 3DS was in a way a flop because of the price and because people didn't really want 3D. Just different things like that, but yeah. The motherboard was okay. It had serious English translation errors in the BIOS. F10 to save and reset. Oh wait, I was helping a person figure out how to upgrade a 5600G pre-built system. The poor guy had the lowest possible parts in the system. Please help people stay away from 5600G systems with 1 stick of RAM. Okay, from what SI was that, Adam? Adam Williams, I should say, because we have Adam Keller here too. Guys, you should put nicknames for yourself instead of just your full name. I don't know how I would feel about just putting my full name on a public stream like that, like YouTube does by default. You should pick a nickname. You can do that in your settings on YouTube. Adam Keller says, I feel like when you use someone else, such as getting a pre-built, you pay for the convenience and expertise. It's goods and services. When you're buying PC parts, you're just buying goods. You buy pre-built, you're buying goods and services. Yes. Same as my company where we do SaaS. You get what you want now without doing the work. Yep. PC Revengers, Rurutu, what would that mean? Have you been watching Tokyo Revengers again? God, the animation of that series is really unfortunate. And also some of the story points. I watched like a couple seasons and I was like, I got into it a tiny bit, then I was like, pulled right out of it. My name is just Zeno because no one needs to know my name. Well, you see, Zeno, it looks like you have your full name on there too. The Cyberfwagon. Okay, TL Foreman, you are on the list indeed. Okay, so here's what you got to do. If you filled out the form, TL Foreman just showed you how it's done on the YouTube chat. Okay, if you filled out the form and you're waiting for help, okay, if you're watching on YouTube, you can do exactly what TL Foreman just did. Type @Brayathorn, I'm on the list. You don't need to put the smiley emoticon. You don't have to do that. If you're watching on Twitch, it's a little quicker. As long as you're following the channel, which if I'm going to be helping you for free, I do ask that you follow the channel. Sometimes at the end of a stream, I'll ask you to stick around for a raid. Those are the 2 things that I ask that you do for me in exchange for getting free help and potentially saving hundreds of dollars or getting a better PC for your money, right? Wow, I was really thirsty. Okay. But if you are following the channel, look in your emotes. There should be one that says, I'm on the list, with a little spacey background. Put that in chat right now. Just so that I know you're on the list. If you fill out the form and you're not saying anything to let me know that you're waiting for help, I'm not going to sit here calling out for you for 20 minutes, waiting for you to say hi. So let me know right now if you're here for help so I can mark you down like I'm doing right now for TL Foreman. Just like that. You're purple now. Congratulations. Off-topic question, but do you have a bird feeder? No, I don't. I do have 3 chickens, though, and they have a chicken feeder, I suppose. So maybe Astral, my answer is actually yes. What's up, Kenneth? How's it going? And indeed, that is the correct. You see it bouncing? You see it bounce across the screen right there? That's the emote you want to use. It's also in chat right above my head right there. Will it cover it up if I do this? I need to fix that. Hold on a second. It's probably way past time for me to fix this. There we go. That fixes it. So now when I do this, it stays in place. Yay! But yeah, that's, well, it's going away. It's gone. That's the one. I love fixing things when I'm live on stream. Yay! All right. All right. We do have a good number of people in here, too. 38 on Twitch, 24 on YouTube. Thank you very much for tuning in, everybody. Sorry that you heard. I hope you feel like I was fair with that video. I do not want to talk smack about another creator. That's not what I'm about. I want every creator to be able to share their passion and share their experiences. And if he had a bad experience, I would like for him to be clear as to how that happened and why, which is like, hey, I didn't do my research, so I made a bad purchasing decision. Maybe they shouldn't have built this PC this way, but also we don't know how much he spent on that PC, did we? I said $1,300. I don't know, whatever. It was like $1,300 for that. That's not a good deal. But I mean, you're not forced to buy it. I'm being tempted by the limited console release, Ghost of Yotei. Ghost Poner, are you really into the console thing? I mean, I bought a Switch too. I'm not gonna lie, that was me. I definitely did that, but I love Nintendo games. So, like some of my favorite game series are there on Nintendo. Metroid and Legend of Zelda, those are my top 2 right there. Final Fantasy was only on Nintendo for a while, but not anymore. But yeah, Braythorn wants no beef with some Russian. I actually don't know if they're Russian, but I like I said, I thought the accent was very charming. The English was quite good. So good job on that. That's great. I might want to check out more of their content. And congrats to them for getting to 16K subscribers in a year. That's excellent. That's very good. Keep that up. Knock it out. Next year, I plan to make a gaming boat with a bird feeder. Astral5090, your username already tells us that you're willing to spend money on things that are perhaps a bit unnecessary. But a gaming boat with a bird feeder. Okay. I mean, I don't know how much technology I'm willing to put on something that is floating in water, personally. But that's me. That's me. I'd rather have like a gaming RV. That's money better spent, I say. Because then you could road trip across the freaking country and you got your games and your stuff and your screens and your games. That would be super sick. And then whenever you park in a RV park, whatever, put out your bird feeder. Because there are more birds on land than on the ocean. Why would you have a bird feeder over open water? I don't understand. I know I took a while to get to that point, but I did that on purpose because it's kind of the most important point. I have these. These are all questions I have. It's Gweg, though. What's going on? Are you going to refuse to do the thing I asked when I said, please type at Braythorn, I'm on the list? Because that's literally all you got to do. That is all you got to do. And yes, I am going to be a stickler for that. We're going to go ahead and help out TL Foreman first because that is the only person that has followed the verification procedure. But also, to be clear, Gweg, they would have been first anyway because they entered the form earlier than you did. Okay. A boat can park to land sometimes. I mean, yeah, but you made a point of mentioning the bird feeder like it was real important. So I do feel like an RV would be more fun, IMO, but I guess I'm not a big boat guy. I'm not cool like that. Okay, all right. Didn't put my name. That's okay. That's okay. I will give you purple anyway. There you go. You are on the list indeed. All right, TL Foreman, help me out here. Thank you for picking the range in which your budget is, but what is your actual maximum budget? The maximum number of money dollars you can spend. Don't give me a range. Don't say, like 22 to 2,400. No, just give me a solid number that it should not go above whenever, and that's before taxes and shipping. And it's not going to include keyboard, mouse, monitor, just the PC as the price would be shown on a website. 2,500 is the max budget. Perfect. Oh, it looks like we're doing a Micro Center build. Okay. Haven't done one of those in a while. Scrolls up. Micro Center, Micro Center, Micro Center, Micro Center, Micro Center. It's been a lot of Micro Center. But that's okay. So Fairfax, Virginia. Now this PC is this PC is not for gaming, to be clear. TL Foreman, you already have a gaming PC, right? What's up, Cooley? How's it going? Welcome. I also have, I'll be honest with my 3 favorite franchises: Doom, Warframe, and Fable. First 2 we don't talk about. Okay. Oh, first 2 we don't talk about. 3. Okay. How about a gaming space chip? Bergie, specifically a space chip. Like Galaxy Doritos or something? Okay. I don't like that Xbox was charging for gold, but then lo and behold, years later, PS goes and does the same thing as Xbox. Yeah. And now you have Xbox Game Pass, and it's one of the best deals in gaming. Like crazy. So now they just got you if you want to do any online gaming on either console. Yeah. Bandwidth costs money. I mean, it is a thing that costs money to provide. That is one of those things that I actually kind of understand. It's just that they put some really basic stuff behind that wall. Like just allowing you to connect to the internet doesn't cost them much at all. It doesn't cost them anything to let you just connect to Discord. They should have just made that a thing. But nope. They put comms behind a paywall in some situations and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, no thanks. I live in Southwest Coast, Norway. Basically, this city is half island. We have ocean all around, 90% island. Okay, Astral, that's fair. I live in America where basically... I live in Texas. You can drive for 13 hours and still be in Texas. 13 hours. 13 very boring hours. Jaleesa 2018 says, I want to learn how to build a gaming PC for the first time. Well, I'll tell you, Jaleesa, first off, that is very ambitious and very cool. You're a lot luckier right now than I was back in my day when I had to like try to look at articles and forums for help. Because there are hundreds of hours of videos that will walk you through every teeny tiny little step. And the videos can be in-depth or basic. You are spoiled for options when it comes to all the things that can help you do that. My content focuses more on people who want to get into PC gaming by getting a pre-built. I do help people with a parts list, and if you want that, I can do that. In fact, I'm doing one of those potentially. I have 2 people on this list who want parts lists to do their own DIY build. It might be someone who's doing their first DIY build. It might be someone who has built PCs before but hasn't been keeping up with the latest tech like I do. So they want me to help them put together a list. It doesn't matter. I do it for free. Just fill out the form right here. Bam. Click that link, fill out the form. It's going to ask you some very important questions to help me figure out how to help you. Okay. While it's staring at me hard right now. All right. Micro Center is literally 5 minutes from my house. I figure, yeah. And I have a gaming PC you built for me. There you go. Wait. Did I build it for you, or did I do the parts list for you? Or, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Okay. So what we're doing with this is going to be all production stuff, okay? All production. Streaming, content creation / video editing, graphic design, and music production. So now here is a very important question for you, TL. That's 4 things. How would you list? Can you list them by importance, by priority? What's the main priority all the way to the one that you're only going to do a little bit of, that you're not serious about? If you're just like dipping your toes into music production, or if you're just dipping your toes into some very light video editing, I'm going to make some TikToks and CapCut, that kind of thing. Because that does affect how we prioritize. Because if you're going to focus on graphic design, that's a different CPU than the one that if you're focused on video editing. That is a different CPU. There's a CPU that can do video editing that's way better at graphic design, and there's one that's way better at video editing that's not quite as good at graphic design, but still is pretty good at it. For some reason, specifically Adobe Photoshop really likes AMD 8-core CPUs, not their 16-core CPUs. And they like them more than Intel as well. Tanmay says, I would have no impulse control if I lived near a micro center. I feel like that's something I would get accustomed to, Tanmay. I feel like I'd get accustomed to it eventually. Streaming, video, music, graphics, very little. Okay. So, all right. That means we're focusing on... this thing is not going to need a monster GPU, okay? We do need a solid amount of VRAM, but not a monster GPU, okay? But you need a really strong CPU, and you need a really good motherboard, and you need gobs of RAM, okay? So it's going to do okay. It's going to do just fine for graphic design. If the priority had been graphic design, you could have saved some money that way. But if the priority is video editing, that's a more expensive machine. And streaming just means a more expensive motherboard with more I/O. EU should have micro centers. Please, I beg for it. I'm pretty sure it's cost prohibitive for them, Astral. If you can supply them with a few $1 billion, I'm sure maybe they would accommodate you. So let's go ahead and check out Micro Center. Especially with things the way they are. I don't know. And when you say EU, it's like, where in the EU? There's going to be different regulations wherever you go. Although I guess it's kind of unified now. That's the whole EU thing, right? But I don't know how things work over there. I'm not qualified to speak on it. Even though I just did. Yeah. Like, we don't have micro centers in... Once we have micro centers in all, I guess, maybe 49 states. I don't know if they would do Hawaii. Then, like, at that point, they can start considering going international, I suppose. Although, before they do Alaska, they'll probably do Canada. I don't see them putting a micro center in Alaska, okay? You go to Alaska knowing you're not going to have access to a lot of stuff, unfortunately. Rutu, if you're in the New York area, if you're in that area, then yeah, there's a lot there. All right, so we're looking at the Fairfax location. That's going to be all the way at the bottom because VA, yeah. We're going to go to PC Builders. And we're going to go dark mode. Oh, it actually kept the setting. Yay, good job. So now, I'll tell you this. Unfortunately, TL, bundles don't really work with a system that requires a better motherboard because they typically don't put the best motherboards in the bundles. Now, you can get... I don't have one near me now because it's in the PC it's supposed to go in. You can get an add-in USB card. So let me actually expand upon what each of those things mean real quick, if you don't mind. So If you tell me that you're going to need a streaming PC, my focus is on making sure that as you get more and more streaming devices, like you get a Stream Deck, you get a Facecam, Camlink 4K, or an external capture card, a 4K X or whatever they're called from Elgato. I have one and I forgot the name of it. Or you're getting an audio interface, or you're getting the Stream Deck pedals, which I always recommend, because then you can do things like this without doing anything with your hands. It's really cool, okay, to have the pedals. That's more and more USB devices, and more USB devices. And a lot of those Elgato things and other streaming devices don't like to be on a hub. They don't like the latency. Maybe hubs don't deliver the power properly or whatever. They like to be connected directly to the PC. And they like higher speed connections. Like the Elgato Facecam, for instance. If you put the Elgato Facecam, yes, the basic one, not the Pro, and it's not on a USB 3.0 5 gigabit per second port, it simply will not work. You'll get a message saying, hey, you plugged it into the wrong kind of port. That ain't going to work, chum. It ain't going to work, chief. Not on your life, champ. Bucko. So the priority for me when it comes to streaming is going to be I/O. And not just the ones on the back of the motherboard, but I need to stop doing this because it stops my camera from following me, and that's really annoying. That's also kind of cool, but yeah, whatever. Not just for the back of the motherboard for USB, but also how the PCIe layout is on the slots on the bottom, because you might want to get an internal capture card or get a PCIe USB add-in card. So that's an option if we're like we're stuck looking at a bundle, or this is a great deal on this motherboard, but it doesn't have quite as much I/O on the back of the motherboard as I'd like. When I say I/O, I mean input output. That means ports of different kinds, by the way. Then you can put in a USB card that slots into one of those PCIe slots under the GPU there, okay? And you need to have those slots available to do those things. And they can make your PC way better for what you're doing. Now, when it comes to video editing, what helps a lot with video editing? Well, cores, for one thing. Having more cores in your CPU makes a massive difference in video editing. Then RAM, you need higher RAM capacity. It doesn't need to be the fastest. It just needs to be the capacityest. You need to have 64 gigs if you're serious about video editing. 64 gigs is the minimum that I would go with if you're serious about it. And if you want more, there's an option to get more. So yeah, this PC that I was building on Thursday, that I was rebuilding on Thursday, I put in a 96 gig kit of RAM because they were very serious about video editing, and that's what they wanted. And I offered it, and they just asked for the upgrade, so I did it. So yeah, I had 64 gigs of RAM for soon 5 years. So you've had it for 5 years, yeah. I connect mouse and keyboard directly to PC. Rest is hubbed. Astral, I want you, like I gotta say, if you're willing to put the money down on an Asus Astral 5090, grab yourself I don't know how much it costs there, okay? But grab yourself a PCIe USB add-in card, please. It's much better. Now, just like a hub, when you put your PC to sleep, it does shut down those PCIe slots, the additional PCIe slot. It does do that. So don't plug your keyboard and mouse into those. But it is a much, much better throughput going directly through the PCIe lanes. You will? Hell yeah. Guys, today I made a difference in somebody's life. By the way, John Paul Bacon, I didn't say hi to you earlier. Christopher Crawford, I didn't say hi to you earlier. I'm so happy y'all are here. Thank you for coming in. And I'm sorry about that. So we were talking about what goes into a PC for different reasons. So for video editing, yes, your GPU is still kind of important. Yeah, for rendering graphical effects in your edits. But when it comes to doing things like scrubbing your timeline, you really need a CPU with a lot of cores. That makes a big difference too. And then, of course, the GPU is part of it. That's why I am considering... Oh, perfect. So let's look at something here. On the forum, TL Foreman said no, they are not interested in upgrading their CPU over time. That means I don't have to feel bad recommending Intel because I always worry. Like, I love the 265K. It's the best deal on a CPU on the planet right now. All right. And particularly for video editing, holy crap. We'll go over that. Yeah, okay, Zeno. Okay. I see your /J. Okay. I got distracted there. But because TL Foreman said they're not interested in upgrading the CPU over time, Intel's thing is that they're not interested in supporting that anyway. So, perfect. In fact, this is the only generation. This is the, I don't know. I remember the last time I saw a generation from Intel or a socket from Intel that only supported one generation like this. Although we're supposedly going to get a refresh on Arrow Lake. And that's it. Kind of like the difference in performance between 13th and 14th gen, which is to say not a big difference in performance. Anyway. Yeah, so we can go Intel 265K. Let's talk about this real quick. Oh, no, let me finish what I was doing already. The other things you said were graphic design and music production. So with graphic design, when you're looking at graphic design, what can help with that? Well, what can help with graphic design is going to be CPU cores, but in a different way. If you want the perfect PC for like using Photoshop in particular, you want an 8-core, 16-thread Ryzen CPU. That's not what you're going for. So, I mean, that's not your priority, so it doesn't matter. It's the last thing on the list of priorities. But then you got music production, which every time someone says that, I struggle not to get into talking about music production because I used to do that for, you know, as an amateur music. It was fun. As a fun kind of thing. But whatever. Generally, depending on the kind of music production we're talking about, if you're just doing maybe 12 tracks, you're recording live instruments into it, live vocals, you're not using too many VSTs and samples and things like that. Like you're not putting contact in there and running a bunch of different channels of it, whatever. You don't need a ton of RAM to do music production. But if you're going to be playing a lot of samples, a lot of MIDI sampling, things like that, those samples all have to be loaded into your RAM so that when you press that key on your MIDI controller, it instantly plays. So it's in your system memory. That can take up a lot of memory. The example I always use is that I have a track that has 75 instruments on it that I did. Took me like 6 months. It's a 10.5 minute long modern orchestral piece that I made for a Pathfinder campaign that was ending. And there were 75 orchestral sampled instruments in there. Holy crap. That required a lot of memory. And I actually had to upgrade my RAM to finish that song. So that's one main thing with music production. The other thing is, like streaming, you want to make sure you have PCIe slots available because there are certain things, if you're really serious about music production and you start throwing big money into it, there are certain audio controllers and interfaces that require some kind of PCIe add-in card. Some of them just require a USB dongle to be put in there. That's your license. It's crazy how they DRM these things, but it's true. To use some tools, you need a USB dongle that will actively say, hey, they can use this software. They can use this tool. They can use this thing. So, yeah. I like music production. I wish I had time for it still. This music you're hearing right now, the guy in charge of this heard one of my, I sent him one, we were chatting about something else and I was like, oh yeah. And I sent him one of my songs and he was like, would you want to be on backing track? We'll release your stuff. You know, like we'll do that. I'm like, that made me feel super good. Then I was like, I don't have time for this. I don't. I wish I did. I also am not that great. I'm not that great at mixing and mastering. Anyways, whatever. We're talking about you right now, not me. Yeah. Then, so yeah, for music production, also cores can help. They can help with that too. Storage for video editing and for music production can be a very big thing. So we have to balance all of this. These are all the things that have to click in place up here in my coconut just to start, get it all working. So we're trying to get it going for you. But now you understand why every time you add another thing to that list, it's going to sort of water down the PC a little bit to where it's not the best at any one thing, but we're going to aim it towards streaming and video editing, because you listed those at the top 2 priorities. So let's do that. Oh, and this again, Stream Deck pedal, awesome. Look at that. There we go. Just like to show that off a little bit. It's one of the best tools that every streamer should have at some point. As soon as you're like, yeah, I'm serious about this and I want to do it. So let's look at the bundles. Let's just see what's there. But we are going to go ahead and go within. Oh yeah, I was going to show you why Intel. I feel the need to do this every time because there's a lot of word out there about, oh, Intel right now, it's just the only option is AMD. Shut up. It's not. Do you not want there to be competition in CPUs? Are you crazy? Anyways, so let's talk about that. Now, this is the Puget Systems benchmark of the 9950X3D and 9900X3D, which you might have been considering for this. There's one problem with these two CPUs that might, well, actually wouldn't really affect you because you have a separate gaming PC, and that would make it maybe okay for what you're doing, other than the price. Well, we'll get to that. When you turn on a game, the 9950X3D becomes a 9800X3D. Core parking shuts off half of your cores. The 9900X3D basically becomes a 9600X3D because it shuts off half your cores once you turn on a game. You're doing that on a separate PC. It would not affect you, and that bears mentioning. However, the 9950X3D currently costs $640, $639.99. And when it comes to, are you going to be using Adobe Premiere Pro for video editing? And also for like your graphic design stuff? I see often when someone's going to be focusing on more than just video editing or more than just graphic, if you're going to be doing multiple things, a lot of those people just get into the Adobe ecosystem and just bite the bullet price-wise and just like, hey, this has everything I need. I can share files between the programs. It's really easy. Yeah. Yes, I'm just wanting to see if you are going to be using Premiere Pro for your video editing. Or if you're going to be using like DaVinci Resolve or something like that. Or Wondershare Filmora. Adobe. I get it free through work. Listen, I don't mean this. I don't mean this. No, that's the wrong thing. I wasn't cussing. But I hate you right now. I don't mean it. It's not your fault. That should translate as good for you. That's really great. That's great. That's great for you. Okay, so Photoshop. Real quick. You see how the 9700X beats out the 9950X3D? What did I say about Photoshop loving an 8-core, 16-thread Ryzen CPU? Yeah. Now, Premiere Pro. Wait a minute. I thought Bray said that the Intel Core, the 265K was amazing for video editing. The 9950X3D is higher. I mean, only by a little bit, but it's bigger number. And then 285K is higher than that. Well, the 9950X3D, as we discussed earlier, is $640 for almost no improvement. I mean, we're talking about 61 points out of a 5-digit number. All right. Now, that's $640. Now, what about that 285K, the Core Ultra 9 285K? Core Ultra 9 285K, where are you? There it is. It is $530. The 265K is $270. And it's hanging with these right here that are double or like almost triple its price. It's bananas what the 265K can do. Now, what's the difference? If you're looking at the Core Ultra 9 and the Core Ultra 7, you lose 4 efficiency cores. That's it. There's a little difference in frequency too, and power draw. But for the most part, when it comes to video editing, what really affects it is the fact that you're losing 4 efficiency cores. Because in Arrow Lake, one of the big improvements that did not move the needle when it comes to gaming, but made a big difference in productivity stuff, because, you know, well, where's 14th gen here? It would actually be somewhere around here, honestly, but it was a jump up from 14th gen, 13th gen, all that. Is they buffed their efficiency cores. So it does make a difference. But you still have a 20-core CPU for $270. That is a few points away from a $640 AMD CPU. Damn. Ghost Boner says, I don't think Raptor Lake is bad. It wasn't before it was. It's not bad performance-wise until it is, because of the microcode stuff. And we were still waiting on enough time to pass to really know that the microcode fixed it. But it's already not the current CPU anymore. They took that long for them to address the issue. So, yeah, I think you can see what I'm saying. When we're talking about trying to balance out the budget for your PC, because I want to put a 5070 Ti in here. Yes, I have charts from Puget Bench that support that case too. Don't worry. I want to put a 5070 Ti in here. You're doing this stuff in 1440p. I'm going to recommend that you run this PC in 4K just to have the real estate. It is better. And if you're going to be making 4K video, you should be able to see 4K footage in its sort of natural native resolution. So I'm going to suggest that you look at 4K. Your monitor is going to be pretty important here, more important than you think. You want a really good sort of you can't get a studio quality reference monitor without paying more than the price of this PC, okay? Like seriously, but you can get a really solid monitor for not as much as you think. $500 or so will get you a solid 27-inch 4K monitor. But yeah, you don't have to stick to 1440p with $2,500. That's at least true for sure. So yeah, I'm going to say 265K. I think I've made the case very well. Now let's see what bundles they have for the 260. No, we're not going to do a bundle because it's going to come with 32 gigs of RAM. That means if we change the RAM to what you actually need, it's going to break apart the bundle. So we're just going to go to the CPU. We're going to pick the 265K and we're going to like it. I'm sorry. You're going to have to spend half the amount on your CPU. I'm so sorry. Now, Motherboard. This is where I really spend a lot of time. Fair warning. But I want to see if they have the Z890 Edge. It's the Edge TI. Do they have it? They do. But it's more expensive. It was $350 when I bought it. So this in the PC this PC that I was rebuilding on Thursday. I know you weren't here, but on Thursday I spent most of the stream rebuilding a PC. Is going to be for video editing, for streaming, also for AI tasks as well, but for a lot of the things you're doing. And this is the best Intel motherboard that I could find for a white build. Now you're doing a black build. So it's not exactly the same, but they should have a color matched variant for this. That's going to be in black instead. How can I figure that out? I just look around the same price. So we'll get rid of this. We'll look just at MSI. Oh yeah, it's Mobo time. Thank you for trusting my opinion. I appreciate that. So we're going to pick a brand. We're going to go MSI, see what pops up, and see if we can figure out what's close to that one. Wait, why isn't the Edge TI popping up? I just searched and found it, but it's not on this list. LG 1851. Why are there so many more motherboards now? Are you crazy? What the hell, dude? Y'all saw that, right? Y'all saw that too? A la carte compatibility. Yeah, that's what I just did. Yo, that's crazy. Why are they doing this? Are they trying to push specific brands like to make more money that way or something? Or to get rid of stock or something? I don't get it. And this, hold on. It's not just showing me MSI anymore. There we go. But wait, now it's still not here. And if I go Edge, there it is. One in stock. It's right there. Oh, it's X870E. I'm dumb. It's X870E. That's why the Edge is showing up. They have a version of it for AMD. They don't have the Z890 version. I just saw Edge. I didn't see X870E. So that is my fault. My bad. So we'll re-enable the compatibility filter or disable it. And then, yeah, the reason it was showing a bunch, that's me. It's not Micro Center. That was 100% my fault. So we're going to have the compatibility filter on. It's LGA 1851. We're going to pick ATX only, and we're going to go from there. So this is what we have to pick from. That's fine. I got excited. I got too excited. When any result popped up and it looked similar, because it did, I was so stoked that I didn't even see the chipset. I got a CPU right time degradation errors were actually talked about by Intel. CPU still seems like it's, yeah, if you got the new microcode before the damage could be done, yeah, then you're probably fine. I don't know. I'm hoping so. I heart Astral. Have a firmware that does 2,000 watts. Astral, through what power connector? Because that power connector is rated for 600 watts. I would never run it like that without having dedicated liquid cooling for the connector. Holy, even then, the wires are going to oxidize. It's too much current for those wires. There's no way. Let's check out the Tai Chi. I don't think I've seen the Z890 Tai Chi in detail, but I think that they messed up with the PCIe, like they limited it or something. Let me see. I could be wrong. I might be thinking about Asus. Nope, it's ASRock as well. See, that's unfortunate. Like, what if you want to put in a USB add-in card and an internal capture card? You have to choose one or the other. That's it. The I/O is good. The I/O is good. That's 10 USB Type A's, dual Thunderbolt 4 Type C's, 2.5 gig and 5 gig Ethernet, and Wi-Fi 7. That's good I/O right there. Of course, they play fast and loose with the coloring here, so I don't know what kind of USB these are. They could be USB 2.0, but one gives extra USB power, and the other one is Lightning Gaming. Freaking ASRock. So let's go back and keep looking at these. God, the Aero G is such a clean looking motherboard. Are you kidding me? That's so clean. Let's see. Let me pick the Z. You see this? I don't want to look at H810. So disable that and then pick Z890. There we go. Narrows it down to 26 motherboards. Damn. 10 gig Ethernet. 12 USB Type A's. And dual Thunderbolt 4 Type C. Probably Wi-Fi 7. Oh, that's true. That's probably going to be bifurcation right there. I'll bet you. There's got to be a reason. I probably looked at this and dismissed it. There's got to be a reason for that. So we're going to look at that right now. expansion slots. What the hell? This is... Okay. So there is an M.2 connector you cannot use. Fine. You can't use one of the M.2 slots. How many are there in general? There are... there's 3 going to the CPU. And then 2 going to the chipset. That's 5. So you'll have 4 that you can use. What the heck? How much is this thing? It's $500. Okay, it's $500 motherboard. It's a $500 motherboard. So yeah, because it's a $500 motherboard. So we have good news. Good news, everyone. This thing has dual PCIe slots on the bottom that are through the chipset. That means that you can put an internal capture card and a sound card if you need to, or an additional USB card. Though with 12 Type A's, I'm not sure why you need that, plus dual Thunderbolt 4, but an additional USB if needed. Because remember, you're going to have audio interfaces, MIDI instruments, potentially, plus streaming hardware, all kinds of stuff hooked up to this computer. That's a lot of USB. With those particular use cases, the motherboard has to be good. And I don't mean good. It has to be great. But you'll be able to put so much into this motherboard and it will connect all of it. And the only limitation is that one of the M.2 slots cannot be used. So you have 4. You only have 4 M.2 SSDs you can install. That's still plenty. And plus, one of those PCIe slots is running X4, meaning higher-end consumer-grade capture cards like the CamLink Pro that has 4 HDMI inputs. That's what I use to get my top-down cam and this cam here. And I also had that cam over there, all running potentially at once if I wanted to. And even an additional one could have been added with 0 issues. You need a lot of throughput for that, and basically it's a PCIe lane for each one, essentially. And you can still run a single lane, something like a USB 5 gigabit per second add-in card to where you have like 7 more USB ports free of charge, other than the price of the card, $30 for the card, whatever. So yeah, I can survive with 4. I think you can, but I think this is worth the investment right here. And God, I want this motherboard. I want it like today. That's gorgeous right there. That's just a sight to behold. Let's talk about these ports real quick and how you would use them. Well, first off, 10 gigabit Ethernet is bananas. Okay, if you have fiber internet and you have like 5 gigabit per second internet, you'll be able to fully use that. Plus, if you have something like a 10 gigabit switch, which you can get a smaller 5-port 10 gigabit switch for actually a reasonable price now, you can get something like a 10 gigabit Ethernet NAS drive for your external storage, and that is super fast. That's you'll have speeds moving things around from there to your PC, similar to internal storage in your PC of like an M.2 drive, PCIe Gen 3 or Gen 4. Crazy stuff, depending on what kind of format the NAS is in. Okay, to be clear. So 10 gigabit Ethernet can be a big deal. Even if for you, it's not yet, if you don't have really fast internet, at least for your local network, it can be a big deal. Excuse me. Now, the USB port's right below this. One second. The USB ports right below this are USB 2.0. Pretty much the slowest that are currently made. But still, more than enough for a gaming mouse, gaming keyboard, whatever. You're not using those, but I'm saying those are higher polling rates and all that. Yeah. So mouse and keyboard go into those 2 USB ports right there. If you put in an additional USB card in the PCIe slot down there, do not plug your mouse and keyboard into that, because you cannot wake your PC from sleep if your mouse and keyboard are not plugged in directly into the motherboard or the front I/O of the case. Okay, those are the ones that stay active even when the PC is asleep. Now, the blue ports right here would be things like Elgato devices like the Facecam or the CamLink 4K that require USB 3.0 or 5 gigabit per second speeds. Okay, so most modern USB devices that need a little bit higher bandwidth are going to be fine with this. But then you get to 10 gigabit per second USB 3.2 Gen 2. And that's going to be things like some external storage things are going to be able to use that. Some external storage devices, I mean, are going to be fine with that. They won't be able to do much more than 10 gigabit per second, like some M.2 interfaces. 10 gigabit per second is fine because it's more than the M.2 drive itself can even do. Well, no, actually, no, it's not, because that's measured in megabytes per second, not megabits per second. So it's actually not quite whatever. Anyways, sorry. I'm just talking a little too fast for my brain to keep up with right now. But no, any really fast things like external capture cards that are needing really high bit rates, like 4K, HDMI 2.1 capture cards that are external. You might even just want to plug that into the Thunderbolt 4 port because that can handle up to 40 gigabit per second. These right here are really powerful. The Thunderbolt 4 ports, Thunderbolt interfaces can be daisy chained, so you can have multiple Thunderbolt devices, daisy chainable. They're really powerful for very high bit rate connections. Thunderbolt is something that if you start going down that rabbit hole, I'm sorry, but it can be very useful in the use cases you're talking about. Like there's Thunderbolt 4 NAS that can actually outperform this 10 gigabit per second, 10 gig Ethernet connection because it's 40 gigabit per second here. So yeah. Okay, I have a friend that makes music on pro level. He uses Gigabyte Mobile because Thunderbolt. Yeah, well, I mean, most Intel Z890 motherboards are going to have Thunderbolt 4 now. But like I had a Z690 formula board from Asus that had Thunderbolt 4 on it, and I was like, whoa. That's pretty early for that. So yeah, we're going with this motherboard. I would highly say the price is way up there, yes. But motherboards can easily go over $1,000. This, for all the features that are packed into it, pretty damn good, actually. So RAM, 64 gigs of RAM is the minimum I would go for all the stuff you're trying to do. Capacity is like down here. Wait, where is capacity? Where's that? Where are you? I'm looking right past it. Memory capacity. So we can go 64. 96 might be the option, actually, and we can always bring it down if we need to. Let's go 96 for now. 96 gigs of RAM. What'd you say about RGB? Not too much RGB. Okay, so we can skip the RGB on the RAM and go with a T-Create. 60. Okay, so this is 374 for 96 gigs of DDR5 6400 CL32. But the Trident Z5 RGB is $25 cheaper with the same specs. Okay, we're going to go with that. Sorry, you're getting RGB RAM anyway. Let me look through the rest of these real quick. Damn, DDR5 6800 CL36 is crazy. Okay, yeah. But yeah, we'll go with this. Yeah, USB 4 is 40 gigabit per second. 4 gigabit, 40, wait, no. Yeah, 40 gig. Yes. Yes. Too many numbers. I'm cool with the RGB. I'll survive if that helps the price. Usually it's more expensive. So I feel like because John and Christopher, I see y'all having a conversation. I feel like I'm missing a lot by not being like keeping up with that. But hey, I'm glad y'all are chatting about some pretty cool sounding stuff. I got T-Create Expert in my system, and the only Aussies over been experiencing have been because of network limitations. The only Aussies? Are you talking about your neighbors over there, the Aussies? But I'll be on Ethernet soon. Okay, good. Yeah, please be on issues. Okay. Yeah, please get on Ethernet. Now, let's talk about, again, the 5070 Ti. So the 5070 Ti, let's look for the lowest price. It's going to show 5070s because their search feature sucks, and it doesn't rule out. But I mean, 5070 is in the search term, I guess. Whatever. But we were looking for the 5070 Ti specifically. Okay. There we go. We're getting to the better priced ones. Okay, I guess the lowest priced one is $834. That's not typical. Lately, I've been seeing some that were like $780, but still, it's not that bad. So $834 is the lowest priced 5070 Ti, right? Okay. Keep that in mind. $835. The lowest price 5080 is $1,250. So that's about a $400 difference. Would you like to see the performance difference in Adobe Premiere Pro? Overall, the overall rating. There you go. That is the overall performance difference that you buy with $400 between the 5080 and the 5070 Ti. They both have 16 gigs of VRAM. That does make a big difference there. But the other aspects of it, the main difference you'll actually see, and the only reason there's a bump up in performance here, is in rendering graphic effects, rendering visual effects. And even then, the difference is mostly present for the 5090. Which is also, by the way, triple the price of the 5070 Ti. Is it triple the performance? No. If you're not doing AI stuff and making a lot of money off of it, you do not get a 5090. Let's see. That's interest frame, raw score. Here we go. This is where you'll see the difference. So you get 15 points more. 100 points to 115 points in the Puget Bench test for GPU effects. 15 points. That is, let's see. Like 13% improvement or 15% improvement, I guess I should just say, whatever. Just about or exactly. I don't know. I don't rattle those things off the top of my head. It's like, do I take 15% out of this to say this is that much lower, or do I say this is 15% higher? Because 15 out of 100 is literally 15%, whatever. Is that worth what's 400 out of about 8? About 50% more of the price. So 15% more performance for 50% more of the price. That math ain't mathing. My math rarely maths anyway. But yeah. Christopher Crawford, why are you talking about, why are you just saying Puget Bench? You're just saying Puget Bench. Puget Bench for content creation is kind of the standard when it comes to benchmarking. 5090 is the cost of the entire build. Oh yeah. 15% performance drop off for 33% off the price. Is that right? Okay. And remember, that's just one of the 5080s. If they didn't have this one here, the next one is another $50 more. The next one above that is another $100 more. Like, the prices, they don't creep up. They leap up. All the way up to $1,800. Oh, hey, it's an ROG Astral. Wouldn't you know it? So yeah, 5070 Ti is my suggestion. Let's go highest price here. That's probably the better way to do it. And just go to, we see 5070s. Okay, there we go. The Shadow 3X is the one that is $835. Is a 4070 Ti Super rated that much higher than a 4080 Super? What? Uh, 4080 Super, 4070 Ti Super. It is about the same difference in performance, actually, as the 5070 Ti to the 5080. It's about the same difference in performance. It's a little bit higher. It's a little bit wider of a gap, but not by much, by a couple points. With being the federal, it feels like it being the center of one place. Price difference makes sense to me. Do the 50. Yeah. And remember, that's just rendering GPU effects. If you're just trying to scrub through your timeline, that doesn't have anything to do with that score, and it's barely affected at all by the GPU difference here. So yeah. Now storage. Now, as you can see, we're at $1954 out of a $2,500 budget. That means that we're not getting a fancy case. We might need to cut back to 64 gigs of RAM. But yeah, the motherboard, CPU, and the GPU, those are gonna make a big difference in your actual experience of using this thing. Now the RAM too, but I mean 64 gigs is enough for most people. If you're just starting out, it's gonna be more than enough. But yeah, let's see. Let's get you a 2 terabyte. I would say a Kingston Performance Plus. I don't know if I'd pay the premium to get the PCIe Gen 5 storage. Unless they have a really good price on it right now. So it's actually $189.99 for the PCIe Gen 5 versus $124.99 for the PCIe Gen 4. It's like, damn, that's tough. A 50, 60 buck difference to get from, to basically double your read and write speeds is, your sequential potential read and write speeds is, that's a tough choice. It means your OS is going to be just snappier. Moving files to really fast storage is going to be faster if your OS storage, if you're storing things there, projects, things like that. Now, man, it really depends. I would like to give you more capacity of storage, but right now the thing is this. I mean, you're having them build. Oh, I forgot to even ask this. Okay, real quick. TL, real quick. There is if you're having them build it for you, there's a $250 build fee. Are you including that as part of the $2,500 budget? If so, we're going to have to adjust some of the parts regardless. We got to do that. If you're not including that as part of the budget and that's just an extra expense for you, then we can proceed as we're going right now. But I still have to do CPU cooler, case, power supply, and storage with $500 left. If we have $250 left for that, I got to cut out of some of the other parts in order to accommodate that. So is it part of the budget or is it separate? Not including it. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you. We'll try to fit this in. If we can't find a solid power supply, case, and CPU cooler that I really like for this, without going over budget, we'll adjust some of these things. Now, when it comes to, you're having them build this for you, but I will say this. Adding storage to your system is one of the easiest things you can do. The only thing you need to do is make sure you know which of those M.2 slots you shouldn't be using so you don't cut your GPU's connectivity in half to where it's 8 lanes of PCIe down to 16 lanes of PCIe down to 8. And I can look on the diagram and show you, but yeah. So I'm going to just put the 2 terabyte boot drive in there to focus on getting you a faster one. And what you would do is this: any projects you're actively working on, you can move directly onto your boot drive because it's 2 terabytes. And that way it's going to be ultra fast as you're working on it. And then you can sort of move it back to the storage drive. Just remember that if you're going to want to work on it and you want the program to, if you want Adobe to be able to find everything without having to point at the files again, you got to move it back. So having it be temporarily on the primary drive when you're working on it is a bit annoying for that reason. I don't know. It's up to you. I just had an argument with my wallet. I can push up the total budget to another $250. Well, I mean, if we have to. That's the point of me asking that, though. We might not have to. If anything, add more storage with that so you don't have to mess with that for a long time. Now, the case, we can get a great case for not a big price. Like, I would say this Montec XR right here for $70 with fans included. Once we put in an all-in-one liquid cooler in the top with exhaust fans, intake and exhaust are taken care of. You don't have to add any fans. You're done. In and out for $70. And it looks great. I would suggest that. But if you want something that's not all that glass, and if you want something that's going to be a little bit more like just mesh on the front, that kind of thing, we got options for that. That's not a problem. I just really like the price of the Montec XR. The Landcool 207 is another option if you want to just have just mesh front panel. Chris, I appreciate you hanging out. I'm sorry I didn't engage with you quite that much. I'm glad that you were conversing with John there. Sorry, but thank you for coming in and hanging out. We'll be here. Wait. Astro said AMD can run free AI Gen and NVIDIA LMMs. Is an LMM something else, or are you saying LLM? I don't know. If something is an acronym for something, you should probably get the acronym right. Oh, also, there's an ad playing, so yeah. Totally open. All right, cool. It simplifies things. It's just got the fans you need. The side intake fans are reverse flow, so they're going to look good. You can also add a couple fans on top of the power supply shroud to get direct airflow to your GPU, but that would block you from putting in PCIe cards in the bottom, so I wouldn't do that. All right, power supply. I'm trying to get this for $2,500. So, okay, the LEDX 1000 watt is a solid one. I know I've looked that up before. The LEDX 3, 1000 watt, 80 plus gold, ATX 3.1. So it's got your, okay, they also got the A1000G. That rates really well as well. That one does well, but it is more expensive by like $50. But yeah, I'm thinking 1,000 watts for this. Now, do you need 1,000 watts to run a 5070 Ti? Absolutely not. It can run off an 850 watt, yes. But I like the extra cushioning. You're running your power supply constantly at a lower capacity, like at a lower percentage of load than it's built for, which helps it last longer, run quieter and cooler. Because if a power supply is built, it says 1,000 watts, it's not continuously pumping out 1,000 watts. It's just built to be able to withstand supplying 1,000 watts for an extended period of time, for a long time. But if you're running it at half that capacity, because you're running 550 watts or something, normally then it's going to be lasting quite a long time. And you have the option to upgrade your GPU without upgrading your power supply if you need higher wattage for your GPU. So I would go with this guy right here, 1,000 watts, ATX 3.1. That'll do the job right there. I was just going to say, Astral, if you're trying to locally run an NVIDIA, something that's reliant upon CUDA cores, because you said NVIDIA LMMs, I think you meant NVIDIA LLMs, or I mean, what is an, you know, NVIDIA has their own stuff, but I mean, open AI stuff. Okay, that's not NVIDIA though, but it does rely on CUDA cores, but that's not run locally. You don't run ChatGPT locally. It runs on their servers, which is why you pay them money to run stuff. But if you want to do like something like, what is it called? I don't know. I've run a few things like, it's been so long, I don't even remember. And then you do need CUDA cores because a lot of them were built on CUDA cores. So you need NVIDIA for that. Let's see. AIO. Let's see if we got a Montec one. Probably do. Maybe. It's right there. Okay. Yes. Okay, that'll work just fine. We can save $10 by going with a non-RGB one, but it won't match the fans that you already have. So I'll leave that up to you. Check it. So we can put in a non-RGB AIO in there. It's $10 cheaper, and the only RGB fans you'll have are the side and back ones. Or you can have the fans in the top of the case match the side and rear fan. I think that's a little better, but you didn't want that much RGB. I'm going to go and select this one, but when you get it, you can tell them, I want the non-RGB version of this. You'll have 5 in stock. I'm an informed customer. And looky what we did. That's the whole build for $24.64. Why is it telling? What did I miss? I missed something. Because it's not letting me choose same-day pro assembly. Why is that? Is it because I disabled compatibility filters for this? I don't need to. Let's change it. We'll re-enable and just go. We can pick the same one. Brand, gigabytes. And there it is. And there it is. It's because I disabled the compatibility filter. That's you know what? I'll take that. That's fine. But yeah, look at that. $24.64. Now, if you really are okay with adding more to your budget, add additional M.2 storage. And I'll put this in as a suggestion. You can remove it. But I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to capacity, and I'm going to say 4 terabytes. Let's see how much this is. Inland Performance Plus 4 terabytes, because you raised the budget to $27.50. Well, looky at this. Now you have 6 total terabytes of storage, and it's $27.44, $5 under budget. Bam! So you change your mind and you go back to just the 2 terabytes of storage. That's all good. But otherwise, yeah. Now, here's what you need to do when you have Micro Center build this for you, okay? Because you're going to need to tell them, hey, I want to get this built. As long as you make that purchase, that order before it's 4 hours to closing, it's same day assembly, which is why it's $250. They build it right then. What you should tell them is this. I want you to install Windows 11, but do not activate it, because then they charge you like $120 for Windows, okay? Now, if you instead get an OEM key, it can be like $25 for Windows. I have a YouTube sponsor when I was consistently making videos, VIP CDK deals. I haven't actually talked to them about the fact that I'm getting back to going to be bringing back consistent video content, whether they want to continue supporting it. But if you look at some of my last SI Weekly episodes, go in the description. The link is there. Code is Bray25. And it's like $25 for Windows 11 Home. But it's asking to install Windows 11 Home, but not activate it. You can completely use your PC, zero problems, without activating Windows if you want. That saves you $120 off of a retail copy of Windows. But if you want to do some customization things like that, whatever, you can activate it. If you don't want to have that little watermark down there that says activate Windows, yada, yada, then you can just get a way cheaper option. That is a working code. Many of our community members have used VIP CDK deals codes and not had a problem. So the only thing you don't want to do is if you tell them to install Windows 11 Home, but you're like, oh, but I'm going to be a pro at music and I'm going to be a pro streamer, so I need Windows 11 Pro. And you buy a key for that, it's not going to work. You cannot upgrade to Pro using an OEM license. You just can't do that. So make sure that you get the key for Home. If you don't know whether you need Windows 11 Pro, you probably don't need Windows 11 Pro. That has features that generally, if you need it, you're aware that you need those features. What did I miss for the rest of the build? I don't know how long you were gone, so I couldn't tell you. We went with, I ended up doing 6 terabytes of storage, Montec XR for the case, Superflower LED X3 1000 watts, and yeah, the primary, the boot drive is PCIe Gen 5. So already ahead of you on Windows 11 thing. I did it with the first build you did for me. Yo, there you go. All right. You do know. You know what's up. Last bit was the storage. Yeah, we got it done. Oh, and AIO is Montec matching the case. Montec XR is just a very simple solution. The only thing is that it can lean towards being a negative pressure airflow setup if you don't put in the bottom intake fans. But you don't generally want to put the bottom intake fans unless you know you need it, because it can block you from putting in PCIe devices. And for a system like this, you don't want to block that. It's not extremely negative airflow. It's just slightly towards that. Remember that your exhaust fans on the radiator are dealing with the resistance of a radiator. So it's going to be a little bit more towards a balanced airflow setup, balanced pressure setup. Oh, I was thinking about stable diffusion. I had stable diffusion installed locally, and that was super cool, man. It also made very terrifying images. Good Lord. But that was complicated to set up way back when. Can't thank you enough. Let me give you a link. You can't thank me until I give you a link. Here we go. Now, you know, if you've done this before, which you have to go and save this build. Because once I clear this out, if there's another Micro Center build, the build is gone. You have to save it to your Micro Center account, which I'm sure you have now. Oh, man. Cold, clean water is... It's peak. It's peak. God, it's good. AMD got cool free AI apps. If you got a 9070 XT, you have forever free AI generator, I think. Thank you, Astral, for adding the I think at the end, because it's a very bold statement. Because I'm sure AMD is trying to make themselves part of the AI conversation. They are desperate to do so because they're not part of the AI conversation. NVIDIA and their CUDA cores are the reason modern AI exists in the first place. It started with CUDA cores because GPUs, they work through parallel processing. That's just how graphics cards have always been able to be good at making graphics. But CUDA cores, the magic of CUDA cores is that you can basically make them do whatever you want. You can tell them to do this thing or that thing. And that's how they're being used for AI. It's really cool. But because of that, a lot of AI is dependent upon CUDA cores. It was a brilliant move by NVIDIA. They've been playing the long game. And with them being a $4 trillion company, it is because of that. Way back when. Amuse is the program. I would be thrilled if there were more AI programs that were not going to just line NVIDIA's pockets more and more and more, but hey, what are you going to do? Only other that could have been picked, if not going for Fish Tank, would be 903 Max, if available. There's also the 207 Alucard. I think the Lancool 207 would have been a good choice. It's just like $20 more than the XR. Also, are they doing Fantex cases again? I don't know. All right, TL, just verify with me once you have saved the build. I need that confirmation before I'll move on. I really just want to make sure that you don't lose, the time we put into that. Okay. I remember Revenge 1736 was here. Are they still here? Also, who's Chicken Hot Dog? There's just someone named Chicken Hot Dog. Okay, Revenge. Back when I was asking for y'all to say that you're here and use the emote, can you do that now? Can you drop the I'm on the list emote for me? Because I don't think you did it when I was asking everybody to do it, so I can mark you in purple that you're here. Chicken Hot Dog, Knight 00758 submitted their form on the 25th. So that was like what, Saturday, Friday, whatever. Is it the 29th? Oh my God. Build safe. Thank you for your expertise, TL. No problem. This is what I do. And it was fun. I had a really good time. And now I know what motherboard I want now. I really want that motherboard. It's $500. Oh yeah, that's the one. Thank you. It's all part of the process. Believe in the process. The system works. Chicken hot dog. No, yes, maybe. Here, no, I don't know. What's up, Dan? How's it going? As said earlier, the gaming PC is running like a dream. Awesome. And now you're not going to be putting any strain on it by trying to stream off of it and do all that stuff at the same time. That's awesome. And TL, if you ever want to, like, you shouldn't feel the need to upgrade the gaming PC unless it's not running games well anymore. But if that day comes, you come back and we'll do an upgrade session. So basically, you just remind me all the parts that are in there, make a list of them. I'll look through it, see what we can upgrade. You tell me what you're trying to do with it that's not running quite well, and we'll figure out what needs to be upgraded. That's the good thing about PCs is you can do that. Going good. Went to visit the Alexander PC shop today. Dropped off some light boxes with their logo on them. That's cool. Look at you. You're like Santa Claus with LEDs over there. You did it for me. You're doing it for Alexander PCs. That's super cool of you, man. Okay. I had more fun using AMD GPU than NVIDIA. Okay, I'm going to say it now. You've been talking a lot about AMD GPUs. Your username no longer checks out. So I'm not seeing... Yeah, you got it, TL. No problem. And of course, you can hang out anytime. We're just here chilling, talking about PCs. Sometimes I yell a little bit. I'm very sorry. Maybe. I know you use both. I know. A la carte, even an enthusiast can be on a budget, I would say. I don't know. Like, that's a rabbit hole right there, where it's just like, I got to have the latest thing. But there are a lot of people out there who have the deep pockets and the enthusiasm to do that, I guess. So I don't say I disagree. I wouldn't say I disagree with you. This guy with his maybe. What guy? Who talking about when that? What? Who, huh? Allegedly? Anyone else mad that we can't get the MSI Toy Story collab parts? We can't? Honestly, I'm going to be real with you guys. The Asus Hatsune Miku pieces, kind of fire. I would love to do that build. The colorway is so sick. And also Hatsune Miku. That's just fun stuff, man. I'm not part of the fandom or anything, but I have an appreciation for Hatsune Miku. And the contributions towards, like, Hatsune Miku is not a VTuber kind of character. That is a synthetic character. But sort of opened the sort of, I mean, that's when you had Ai-chan. That's when you know, that was when that really started happening. But even that was supposed to be AI, right? But then it was like, from there was people doing it and this and that. Well, anyways, regardless, just such a cool concept and cool execution and such a dedicated fandom. The Miku tax and Asus tax will price out most enthusiasts. Of course. Yeah. Same thing with the Evangelion parts. It was the same thing there. Anime tax and Asus tax. That stuff was expensive. It's Taiwan only. That's messed up. Taiwan wouldn't have had Toy Story without Florida. Oh, well, California. Where's Disney's headquarters? California? Or is it in Florida? I know Disney World's in Florida. So California. The U.S. The U.S. of A. That should have been a North American market thing. Okay, so Revenge. Let's go. Let's do this. So you're looking for a parts list for a 1080p gaming build. And you already have some parts. Oh boy. I already have a 6750 XT. I just want to upgrade to AM5. So, all right, let me ask you this. why, when you were filling out the form, did you pick parts list instead of upgrade? Because if you picked upgrade, it would have told you a very important key component to this. I need a list of all of your current components. I mean, if you just want the, like, I don't know if you're going to need a different power supply. Maybe, maybe not. You already have the 6750 XT. Hopefully you have the power supply to... I also want a new case. Still, it's an upgrade. You literally said upgrade. You said you want to upgrade. It's in the thing. Okay. Well, either way. What power supply do you have in there? What's the wattage in there? I like the free spinning mouse wheel. What? Are you talking about on this mouse that I'm not currently using, which is my main mouse usually, but right now this is my main mouse because, you know, it's got it does that. I'm not using my feet this time. But no, this has a free spinning mouse wheel. If you flick it, if you just roll it, it has the clicking. If you flick it fast, it has free spinning. The MX Master 3S from Logitech is dope for content creation, for just a lot of browsing. 650 watts. Okay. Quick little Google search here. 6750 XT. Minimum PSU. Well, you're cutting it close. Yeah, 650 watt seems to be the recommended wattage for a power supply. You know, ASUS has this whole table, this whole document. It's kind of nice. Okay, now you're just trying to do gaming, and you want to upgrade to AM5, yet you don't want to go to the Tussin Micro Center where they would have a 7600 X3D. Why would you not do that? It's awesome. It's an awesome gaming CPU for 1080p gaming, which is what you're doing. Too far, I don't have the time. Okay. Okay. Well, I had to ask because it says that you're near a micro. It says, "Are you near a micro center?" And you said yes, but I don't want to get my stuff there. So otherwise, the 7600 X3D is only available at Micro Center, and a 7800 X3D, I don't know if it's worth it for you. You chose gaming, but not pro gaming / esports titles. So that's where you would really feel the benefit of any X3D chip anyway. So it doesn't really matter. Okay, so we'll do PC part picker lists. What am I doing? Oh, it's over here. It's not in there. It's over here. It's already 11:03 p.m. and I've done one build. I'm out of practice or something. I don't know how, but I am. I didn't like the G502 Hero first, but it was growing on me. I had to add all the weights to it. So a lot of people don't necessarily feel comfortable with a super lightweight mouse. I think mostly newer users are that are really into gaming or esports or whatever. Yeah, are into that. Dodger Dog, what's up, by the way? How's it going? Thank you for watching Popcorn in Hand. Appreciate that. Do not really like AI at all, but when your PC can do free AI, why not? The Logitech G502 Hero has a physical switch for it. I do know that, yeah. I like just it being able to sense that I'm just like quickly spinning the mouse wheel and it does it automatically. I'm so used to that I try to do it on this mouse and it doesn't work. Every mouse should have that if it's a higher end mouse, honestly, but that's Logitech's thing, man. So I guess we can start off just with a 7600X. We'll figure it out from there. Just a gaming motherboard. What color is the build, by the way? It is in black. Yeah, okay. Motherboard. Now, what kind of cooler do you have in your build right now? See, this is the thing. If you don't choose upgrade and have your parts list ready for me, I'm just going to have to ask every part as we go. Because I need to know if your cooler is going to be fine. I don't know what CPU you have right now, what kind of cooler it has, whether it's going to be appropriate for this CPU or not. Air, but it is silver, and I want one that looks nicer. Okay. It's fair to assume that when I asked what kind of CPU cooler you have, you would think I meant whether it's an air cooler or an all-in-one liquid cooler. That's fine. I meant, can you just tell me the model, like the brand? Like I've got a Thermaltake or what is it? A Thermalright, blah blah blah. You know, use a glass mouse pad. I've never really felt the need to do that. But then again, I'm not a competitive gamer at all. If you're going to change your cooler, and you're going to change the case, might as well just get an AIO. So if you know, whatever. Truly, I have no clue. I bought this from Skytech. Okay. Might be the Gamdias one. That one's not bad, actually. I built with that during the Black Friday thing, and it was quite a nice cooler. It's not necessarily, that's the thing about budget air coolers. They can be really, really good. But let's see here. Well, we're looking at the motherboard right now, and all we need is B6. Let me see. No. Hold on. Yeah, B650 should be fine. Or B850, I suppose, if you want to, but. And we could also go 9600X instead of 7600X. Let me look at what the price difference is on that. So currently we have this. No, that's not what I need to do. I need to do this, that, and even this. Okay, so it is a difference of $20 between the 7600X and the 9600X. Because you don't need to buy a GPU or anything, we might as well spend the $20 just to have you on 9000 series Ryzen. Let's do that. And have you on B850 instead of B650. Because you already have the most expensive component in the PC, and we're just doing case, motherboard, CPU, what is your actual, I didn't even ask. From $500 to $1,000 is the range. What's your actual maximum budget? Oh, snap. Okay, hold up. I just need a second because it would seem that Hack Smarter is raiding with a party of 61. Let's go, nerds. What is up, Hack Smarter and 61 raiders? Oh, Blaze Bits. It's Blaze Bits of. Did you bring over some friends as well? Did you make a little suggestion, Blaze Bits? What's going on, Hack Smarter? Everybody go drop a follow. I'm gonna drop a little shout out here. Mythos Web, what's up? Were you already here? Because you've been here. I don't know. Oh, man, that was Tyler's idea. Nice. Well, I appreciate it. So, of course, playing Science and Technology, our favorite game on Twitch. Right? But yeah. John Doe says hack smarter and harder. See the doctor's office. Oh, so what brings you in today? I hacked too hard. I was hacking too hard. No, yeah, how'd the stream go? How was your stream? How was everything? What were we hacking today? I'm here almost every day when you're here. Well, I appreciate the silent support, Mythos Web. Thank you so much. I always feel like I'm saying your name just slightly wrong enough that it would annoy me if I knew. Should I just call you Meth? Is that acceptable? I don't know if that's acceptable. I don't know if that's allowed. But yeah, I appreciate the raid. And also, Hack Smarter. You know, I know how it is. You just finished streaming. If you need to do the thing where you go take a screen break, go get yourself a snack, a little hydration, do whatever you got to do, I totally understand. But yeah, for those who are new here, what Is PC matchmaking even? What is that? Basically, if someone is wanting to get into PCs, it can be a little bit intimidating. It can be a little bit much. So what I do is if you're looking for, whether you want to do a DIY build, your first PC build or whatever, or you're wanting to get back into PCs, you haven't been looking at hardware for a while, or you're new to this, or if you're looking for a pre-built, it's all fine. It's all computers. So what I do is you fill out a form. I get the critical info that helps me make a good suggestion. And I look around at either a system integrator that is right for you and a PC that's right for you, the specs, everything, or we'd put together a parts list for a DIY build. That's PC matchmaking. That's what we do here on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Sundays, it's just gaming. Those are smaller streams, but you know. And also, Raiders, you can say hi to YouTube. They can see you here, but you can't see them here because that is that's Twitch TOS for you. But I certainly appreciate the raid. Last time I built a computer, it was dial-up, Sozo. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, that is around the time I started. So I feel you. It was a lot harder back then. You got to go looking and like asking, you got to go look at like articles and just text on how to build with little pictures, and pictures got to load on how to build PCs, or have an uncle or friend or something that can teach you how to do it back then. Or, you know, read magazines, look like just wherever you could get the information, you got it. Now it's hundreds or thousands of hours of detailed instructions on how to build PCs, upgrade PCs, maintain PCs. It's so much easier now, but it's almost too much information for newbies. And there's always kind of this assumed knowledge thing. It's mostly catered towards PC DIY, which is fine, but pre-builts are ignored, even though they're the #1 gateway for PC DIY and PC gaming in general is pre-builts. That's like the way most people got into it, was the family computer where you added a hard drive and you're like, oh, this is kind of cool. This is kind of addictive. And then before you know it, you're building PCs. The Computer Shopper magazine was like a phone book. I don't know if I got that one. But yeah, if you haven't built a PC in a long time and you're trying to keep up on how recent hardware stacks up, especially against particular use cases, this can be a great stream to hang out in, because that's what I'm constantly talking about. Right now, we're trying to figure out how to upgrade a already existing PC to AM5 for $600 US. And I don't think we need to do, I guess if 650 watt is the power supply, this is the minimum requirement for the 6750 XT. We're in the middle of a thing right now. We'll get back to that, and you can kind of see how some of this works. So you said Revenge 1736. That's who we're helping right now. You said that the budget was $600. So we'll go ahead and put that here. You chose 500 to 1,000. You're at 600. So we'll go off of that. And that's going to inform my recommendations there, because we need to at least do CPU, motherboard, and RAM. That's a big thing. If you're going from, I guess, AM4 probably, Revenge, again, the more you can tell me about your current PC, the better. Like, what CPU do you have right now? What's your system? Give me some of your system specs, because I need to know whether your operating system is already set up with AMD. You might want to just install Windows fresh from scratch because of that. But if you're going from Intel to AMD, oh yeah, you want to just reinstall the OS. Windows has a method of basically detecting new hardware and trying to adjust for it, but it's still going to be a mess behind the scenes. You don't want that. But if you're going from AM4 to AM5, you might be fine. It's a 5600. So you have Windows 11, 5600G or just X, well, or non-X. I don't know. It doesn't matter. 5600X or 5600G. You're on AM4. That means your system is set up for AMD. You should be okay to not have to reinstall Windows. Now, what might happen, though, is if you put in the new motherboard, CPU, and RAM, which you do need RAM, by the way, because you currently have DDR4 RAM, and AMD's AM5 chipset or socket AM5 is DDR5 only. So you need to upgrade the RAM too. So 32 gigs DDR5, preferably 6,000 mega transfers per second or 6,400, depending. Is not that expensive. It's not that bad. A basic motherboard and a CPU. You can easily do that for $600. That is no problem. You're going to have money left over. So maybe this might be a good opportunity to add a little extra storage, something like that. We'll take a look. Maybe I can yoink some from my friend who has 80 gigs. How do you reach 80 gigs? Did they have 16 gigs of RAM and then they added 64? Because that's not good. You don't do that. You don't want to do that if it's DDR5. We talked about this, didn't we? I told you to tell them, take out that 16 gig kit. Like right now, their RAM is running at the lowest JADEC speed possible. It's not going to work with it's no. I'm surprised it's running at all. He didn't listen. Well, you're not going to want that 16 gig kit anyway. We're going to get you a 32 gig kit. It's not going to be expensive. You're going to be happy with that. It'll be fine. So let's go here. And also, I want to say again, real quick, another thank you to Hack Smarter, by the way. Let me drop a follow to you guys as well. So maybe I could turn that around and surprise you sometime. And
yo, you got me when I'm not streaming. I stream.
I'm already following. Never mind.
As well as multiple random
I already follow. How did I forget that?
No worries, I will be back in the meantime.
How did I forget that? Sorry. I must have rated at some point or just dropped or gotten rated by Hacksmart or I don't know. Either way, thank you again for the raid. I super appreciate it. And I hope you're getting a nice break after your stream and that the stream went well. So I think we're still good on the 9600X for 1080p gaming. Totally fine. You said you wanted a new cooler though. So we'll work on that. Let's get the motherboard done here. Just any B850s you should probably update the BIOS anyway, but it's not going to require it. So let's choose our chipset B850. There we go. And we're going to choose ATX because we're getting a new case anyway. I got to remember that. We're getting a new case. And go by price. Do you know what brand of motherboard you currently have, if I may ask? You're going to want to replace the chipset drivers anyway. Ooh, that's a nice one actually. It's not like the X670E was, but the IO is not bad on this. It's not great. It's not bad. It's pretty good actually for just a gaming PC. Dual 10 gig Type C, quad USB 2.0, which is fine for your mouse, keyboard, headset, things like that. 110 gig Type A and a 5 gigabit per second Type C, Type A as well rather. And you have 5 gig Ethernet and Wi-Fi 7 for this price. This thing's kind of nuts actually for a gaming PC. Damn. All right. So you have ASRock right now. And you have an M-ATX motherboard, probably in a full ATX case. Good Lord. But we're getting you a new case anyway, right? So 170 for this thing from Newegg is pretty good. Not going to lie. Okay. Memory. DDR5. Let's see. What did you say for this answer here? You said you don't want RGB. Okay. Fair enough. Let me close these. G-Skill Flare X5, 32 gigs, DDR5 6000, CL36. We can do CL30. Let's just choose our parameters here. let's see. Okay, then go by price. Oh, we need capacity. Duh. 2x16. There we go. Okay. There's some pretty cheap kits here. But I want to make sure it has Expo. And on some of these, I just don't know. I know the T-Create does. And it's $98.99. So that's what we'll go with. Yeah, that should have both Expo and XMP. Case. Now that you want a new case, please tell me what style you're looking for. Man, the Montec XR is so much cheaper at Micro Center. Good Lord. It is $82 online and $70. Well, it's $12 more online. I guess that's not crazy. What are we at so far on our budget? You don't want RGB. I know that. And that's basically what I need to keep in mind. So you don't want RGB. The XT Pro might be right, but it doesn't have all the fans you need. Yeah, don't tell me how many come with it, please. That'd be too convenient. Oh, okay. It only comes with one fan. One 120 millimeter fan for the back. Zalman i4 ATX mid-tower case. Sure. Okay. I mean, you don't have to put it in the form, but you can tell me before I start looking at cases. It's okay. Zalman. i4. It looks like it has fans in it already, so that's nice. It is $60. So that's good. Wow. For that price? Well, it's $80 on their own site. How big is a 6750 XT? Can you... It might be too long for this chassis. I'll ask you this. This is a real simple question. Does your GPU have 3 fans on it or 2 fans? GPT is cool, but LMM locally can do the same thing. We should all take advantage of our PC. Amuse do works with NVIDIA. I would figure. Most AI is going to be... The question's rarely, does a certain AI work with NVIDIA? It's usually, which ones work with anything else? 3 fans. It's the XFX one. I'm sure they make multiple models, but let me look up XFX 6750 XT. I really need to get used to typing on a non-split ergo keyboard. I mean, a non-ergonomic keyboard. I need to, yeah. Oh, sweet. You have a, this comes with a GPU support bracket that looks really nice. Very adjustable. And it attaches to the case. That's really cool. Don't use the vertical PCIe slots, by the way. Don't do that. I don't know why they call them PCIe slots. They're just PCI slots, but whatever. So there is the Merc, the Quick. I guess it just comes down to which one looks like your card. Does it have, is it black and white with this glowing part on the side? I don't know. Either way, I'm going to look at the specifications here. It is how long? The... Dimensions. There we go. Duh. Let's see. Card dimensions. 32 centimeters. 12.72 inch or 32.3 centimeters. 12.72, 32.3. Max card like 320 millimeters. So 32 centimeters. This card might be too long for that case. Oh, it's the quick. It's going to be similar. It might be too long for the case. By just a tiny bit. Yeah, 32.3 centimeters. And then the case specifications state a 32.3 centimeters. And so that's 323 millimeters, right? I'm not good with non-freedom units, but I think that sounds about right. That's like milli and centi. All that's, I mean, that's what that means, right? So, boy, I'm coming off real smart on this stream. Doing real good. Talk good. So yeah, that card is too long for this case. It does not fit. Yeah. So this one doesn't come with all those fans, but it fits a much bigger GPU. Okay, let me see. Clearance, GPU length, 415 millimeters. So yeah, I do like that Zalman case. It's just you need a smaller GPU to fit in that. So what we'll do is we will look at the Fantex one and just add a 3-pack of like Arctic fans. What does it fit on the front? Let's see, fans. So front 3x. Oh, it can fit 3 140 millimeters in the front. So we'll get a 3-pack of 140 millimeter fans for the front. It's not going to be that expensive, but you will need to install them yourself. I mean, you're building this thing. You'll be fine. 67.98. It's not bad though. Yeah, by 3 millimeters. Yep. A la carte, they said they want no RGB, or I would have just gone with, you know, something with already installed RGB fans. So we're at 536.95. We still have enough for a cooler and I think a pack of fans. But that's going to be your full upgrade there. Thermalright Peerless Assassin 120 SE. This will cool. This is more than enough for a 9600X. Like, this is overkill for that. Now, one thing you could do is, instead of buying a 3-pack of fans... Oh, the front can only take a 240. That's too bad. I was going to say get a 360 millimeter AIO. Way too much more cooling than you need for a 9600X. But you could basically have those be your front intake. But yeah, that doesn't fit. Now you could do a 240 millimeter AIO and have 2 fans for front intake, but that's not optimized. We'll just do the Thermalright Peerless Assassin 120 SE for $35. It's a very, very good deal. Is this cool with you? Does that look okay to you? It's not all just silver and black. Performance wise, super solid, especially for the price. Is that good for you? Because I know you didn't like the aesthetic of your previous cooler. All right, cool. Yeah, they put these like black plates on it on the end just to sort of blend it into a black build. And then we need a 3-pack of case fans. Guess we can go thermal right if they have 140s. I don't see a 3-pack of those. All right. Arctic it is. Oh, it's a 5-pack. Do they just have a 3? Well, you might have a couple of extra fans. But the fact that it's 5 fans for... Wait, that's not PWM. So this PST right here would do it. It's a little bit extra. I guess you could replace the rear fan to match the front ones, but you're not going to see those. The thing is, I wouldn't put that many fans in the top for exhaust other than like sort of behind the air cooler. You don't want to remove the fresh air that's coming in towards the air cooler before it gets to the air cooler. That's not cooling anything. So you don't want 2 or 3 cooling exhaust fans in the top, maybe 1 in the back, just to help with exhaust a little bit. What you can do, you can add an intake fan in the top, but I wouldn't do that because then you're messing with the flow from the front intake fans. You don't want the air fighting to get through. You want as laminar a flow as you can get. So you'll have a couple spare fans just in case one goes bad, whatever, sure. And that puts us, it's a little over. It's 612.84. Is that okay? Or do I need to adjust this at all? I can adjust it. There's probably a cheaper thermal right cooler, to be fair. That's just the one that was at the top of the list without me sorting for price. Let's check that real quick. See if we can go $12 cheaper while getting similar performance. We'll pick thermal right. Going by price. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, we can do it. Like this right here. This will cool the 9600X. This will as well. And it's 20 bucks. They have so many models that are just so similar. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. This thing is sick. And it's all blacked out. It's like 10 bucks cheaper. I mean, I know you said that that's fine. The ID cooling frozen would look nice in it. Let's take a look. Yeah, that's a nice looking cooler. It is. It is a nice looking cooler. How many heat pipes is that? So is that 4 heat pipes? That's fine for a 9600X. That is perfect. All right, cool. I love how it just thinks you need 2 CPU coolers. Okay, we're just $2 over budget. $2.93, $3 over budget. There's your list. It is now in the spreadsheet. There you go. Hope it turns out well. Thanks for the recommendation, Alucard. I don't really look at ID cooling. I guess maybe I should. Thermal right just kind of is just dominating the market so much. Just saves time. Revenge, you're very welcome. Happy to help. Okay. It's Gweg, though. Are you still here? It shows you're still in chat. Really a shame that we didn't get to help out the illustrious chicken hot dog. I can see, by the way, I should say, actually, for those who came in with the raid. Bottleneck, thank you for the follow. Lost in the Rain, thank you for the follow. Inspector Diameter, thank you for the follow. And Dark Karma China, thank you for the follow. And Sozo1842, thank you for following. I guess what I do is, if you take an interest in what I do, that makes me happy because we're all about getting more people into PCs. you hook them with the gaming, and then they stay for the advanced stuff they learn afterwards. Maybe, we hope. But not necessary. If you just game on PC, I'm still happy. But I can see a good number of people stayed after the raid. Thank you for lurking and hanging out and just checking out what I'm about. And I really appreciate Hack Smarter for trusting me with your community like that. Thank you very much. Again. Still kind of bummed about the Zalman case. Well, he could take a hacksaw to that cooler. I don't know if you feel like that's an option. It wouldn't affect me. So, like, I think it's an option. Really, at that point, at the end of your GPU, it's just some extra metal. Oh, don't cut your heat pipes. They will then be not working heat pipes. Don't do that. All right. Can I just say Greg, or do I have to say Gweg? I mean, it sounds like your name is a response to that question, but it's Gweg, though. For those watching on Twitch or looking at this, that's YouTube chat. That's where Greg is. So you're not going to see it on screen. Zelmov, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. So let's take a look at what we're doing. Okay, so anyway, I have to dip. Thank you for your help. Sure thing, Revenge. Feel free to come hang out, though, whenever you got some time to come hang out and chill. And I appreciate you waiting for your turn. Thank you. So, Greg, you are looking to do a lot. So we're going to see what we can do. What we might end up doing, I need to know what your actual maximum budget is. But doing gaming, streaming, and content creation / video editing, it can be tough because any one of those PCs for a single reason, you said 1,000 to 1,500 could cost that much budget. And then we're trying to compound that all into one PC. So we'll see what we can do. It's not like it should be triple, but yeah. Yo, LPG 12338. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Let's go, nerds. Hold on, there you get the speed lines. I really enjoyed your Falcon Northwest Talon unboxing video. Damn, that one was a while back. Thank you for watching that and coming back to drop some support. I appreciate it. That thing is... Oh, don't need that. That's the wrong button. There we go. That thing is still right there. So, actually, okay, so here's what happened with that. We gave that one away, and then they sent me another one with just a slightly upgraded motherboard. But that's that PC right there. It's Jord. What's up, Jord? Maybe there's a case slightly bigger from Zalman if you're happy to hunt for one and pay a little extra just to make sure it's above 320 millimeters. Yeah. Jord, one cool thing about doing this is that as you watch me verify, oh, wait, we got to double check that the GPU fits in the case. You're learning that, hey, that's something I probably need to do if I'm doing this by myself, is I can just look at the specifications thing. There's a tab on every product, right? So specifications or whatever. And I can look at how long that thing is and what the dimensions are of the case. Cool. That's where I think these streams are maybe the most helpful, is by accidentally making you learn something good. But that's a good point, though. Revenge, if they said they had to leave, so they're not going to hear this unless they come watch the VOD later. But you can look at other Zalman cases if you like their aesthetic. Can we just do primarily gaming? Well, see, Greg, here's what I was going to do. If you build a PC for gaming, you just usually a few upgrades here and there down the line will make it better for those other things too. The only thing is, if you want to stream on the PC, it's a little tough to get a solid motherboard, because the motherboard's pretty critical for streaming. You want to have good I/O to connect all your streaming devices if you need to at some point, if you get serious about it, you know? Hold on. Let me grab something real quick. You stay right there. I'll be right back. Oh, there. Yeah, one right here. Come on. Here we go. Okay. The good thing is you can get something like this. That is a PCI. Okay, camera. Stop trying to find my face. We're not focusing on my face. Stop it. Okay, so that adds a bunch of USB ports. It just plugs into PCIe right there. and it's super easy to install. It's plug and play, no software needed, no drivers needed. Windows knows how to use USB ports. And that's like $30 right there. You can add that in. So that's what I mean when I say, yes, you can just get a gaming PC, but there are certain things you need to know. Like if you come in saying like, oh, I want a height case. I want the Y60 or the Y70 or whatever. Of course, the Y70 is like $400, $450 right now because of the, I don't know what price it is actually. It's crazy. If you want the Y70 Touch. But those can't fit. You can't install this in that case. It's too wide this way. It doesn't fit full-size PCIe cards. So those are the kind of things that I pay attention to, so you don't have to worry about it. Now, if we're looking for it to just be pre-built, good. You want upgradability, so we'll go AMD. That does, like, you can get a better budget video editing experience with Intel. That is true. But if you want to be able to upgrade your CPU down the line, there's probably going to be a significant performance boost in the next generation of AM5 CPUs from AMD. And you could go from getting a budget CPU now, because that's fine for gaming, especially at 1440p. Your CPU is less of a resource in 1440p gaming. It's less of an element, a factor in your FPS when you're at higher resolution. It's more GPU than anything. And then when the next generation comes out, you can upgrade to a high core. You can really invest in your CPU to get a solid video editing experience. Have you seen the Asia Horse Hydrus cable? And would you trust putting those into a GPU? I have not seen it, so I could not answer that, Jaspers. Single PC streaming is possible, but offloading that pressure to another computer is the way to go nowadays. Jordan, I would say that was the way to go before, but encoders are so good on modern GPUs that it's, as long as you have enough memory, like system memory, it's because you're going to be running a lot of stuff in the background, a lot of things. And multitasking is all about RAM, right? Generally, you're fine. Just single PC. That's what I do with this one here. Except when I'm reviewing a PC, because then I'm testing another PC and I don't want to strain it by... Yeah, no, but you have to remember this. When you're running a stream on either NVIDIA or AMD GPU, you're barely using the resources that are needed to run your game. That's why you have a hardware encoder on the GPU. When you see NVENC, like 50 series GPUs have 9th generation NVENC, that's the NV encoder. It is a dedicated hardware for encoding video and audio into something to send up to your stream or to record or whatever. That's not taking really the resources that are needed from the GPU to make graphics happen. So yeah, it used to be the meta that professional streamers had to go with a dual PC setup. Now the reason you do that is for a matter of convenience and sort of reliability, not performance. It's so that if your gaming PC freaks out, and let me tell you, during the whole Intel shenanigans, there were a lot of streamers who were like, I was watching Maximilian Dude, and like he was like, his PC, guys, Intel, yeah. Don't run I was running my stream on the Falcon Northwest system there, and it has a 14900K that is cooked at this point, because I installed that 14900K right when it launched, and that microcode was not ready. It took it out of the oven a little too soon, I guess. And it turned the PC into, I don't know, whatever. And I was having those problems myself until I was like, I just built this PC for a Black Friday stream. I'm using it. This is my new streaming PC. So yeah, for reliability, if your gaming PC freaks out, shuts down, what freezes up, your stream is still running. That's when it's good to have. So if you're making money off streaming, that's the only time it's really viable, though. Unless you're just serious about it and you're not monetized yet, sure, you can do it. Or if you just have really deep pockets, like whatever. But good topic. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay. Let's, I mean, let me see. Let me ask you, Greg, what is your actual maximum budget? I'm sorry that I went off on a tangent. What's the actual maximum budget for your PC? The tangent started with you, though, with like, yes, gaming PC, no problem. You can upgrade it over time and you can mold it into your video editing machine and your streaming machine and your, you know, but the main thing for streaming, I will always say, is I/O. I think it's a really critical component. We want to make sure, though, that you have 32 gigs of RAM. If you're going to stream something like Escape from Tarkov, though, or you like to mod your games very heavily or things like that, you should 32 gigs is actually pushing it, because some games are so poorly optimized. They'll take a good chunk out of that 32 gigs, and then your system is hurting for the rest. I want to say LPG 12338 again. Thank you for the $20 super chat. That is super cool of you. Thank you very much. 1300 max. Okay, this has to be like, just as long as you're sure of that. Okay, because changing it later means I got to redo everything. So it's whatever the absolute maximum is. I guess I'm getting tired. Whatever the absolute maximum is. There you go. Okay, let's see. We can look at a few options here. I would probably... Lately, I've been enjoying the fact that Skytech's site is so much faster now. I've been kind of just defaulting to that, but it's not what I should necessarily do all the time. Let's take a peek at IBP real quick. iBuyPower. I don't know why I shortened it to IBP. It's literally one syllable less. Let's look at their ready systems real quick. I haven't looked at those in a while. Oh, it starts with a $5,500 system. Good job. It has a 5090, yes, but okay, let's see if we can sort and filter. Bring this down to... I get 50 off with my code, so we'll do that. $40.60, $50.60. You're wanting to do this for 1440p. Nah, that ain't gonna work. And we're already out of getting out of budget here. Okay, and I mean the 5060 can actually do some respectable performance at 1440p, but in some games it will run out of VRAM, unfortunately. Let's look here. Skytech right now is sort of on the better side of price to performance. Like, they're kind of killing it. Gary Lee Laster, what's up? How's it going? Welcome. Look at you flexing those YouTube emotes. I like to see it. I, of course, have... When you hear me talk about a coupon code, don't go thinking, oh, of course he's at that site. He has a coupon code for them. I've got like a dozen from a bunch of different SIs, because I want to be able to not... I want to not just funnel you towards specific ones all the time. We go with ones that have shown, have built trust within the community. I check in on SI testimonials to look for negative feedback, see how things resolved there, things like that. That is very important to me. Let's see, price low to high. It's just, it's funny how I actually called it Operation Code Braethorn. Because I wanted to just have a single code that you could go to most of the SIs that I might cover at one point or another and always have a discount code, because I was sick of making a YouTube video and then a week later, the information in it was now obsolete because they had a coupon code for a weekend and it's gone. I just wanted you to have a coupon code at all times. And then also, I'm like very clear. This also supports what I do. And it's only with companies that have built trust with us. So yeah, there are a couple of companies who have shown that after a while, they started to not deserve that trust anymore, and I took down those codes. So that does happen. And when it happens, it's just like, all right, you had your shot. Ooh, this looks kind of sick. But I probably wouldn't go A770 for that. That's a really nice looking case. Pretty compact, but it's a NVIDIA 5050. I think we need to raise the budget. I don't think we need to be looking at ones that are $729. Let's bring it up to at least there. God, their site is so much faster now. Huh. No, you're going to be editing video. No, not 14th gen. 9700X, 5060. Man, that's such a good looking case. It's so cool looking IMO. Huh, a Ryzen 7, 7700 and a 5060 Ti, 8 gig, never mind. Here's a 16 gig version in a nicer looking case for $1299. That's, dude, who pairs a 7800X3D with a 9060 XT? I mean, it's 16 gigs, 9060 XT. And I guess if you're doing pure, like if you're playing Rocket League on this thing, it's going to rip. Like absolutely rip because of that X3D. If you're playing at 1080p Rocket League or something. But that's, I don't know, almost niche. That looks crazy. It's cool though. These are all $1,300 before my discount. Let me ask you this. Greg, what kind of games are you going to be playing on this? Oh, huh. That's a tough choice. Yeah, are you looking at like esports titles, really high frame rate stuff? Or are you looking at like AAA titles, your Cyberpunk, your things like that? What kind of gaming are we talking about? If you know specific games that you're going to be playing, that can help too. Indie games and AAA games, well, it can be very different. So the one that's going to affect your performance more is probably going to be the AAA games. So that's going to be, and it's 1440p. So the GPU is more important than the CPU here, but you are going to be streaming. I liked this one here for a second because I saw that it had a 2 terabyte PCIe Gen 4 M.2 drive. We'll open all three of these. I am going to stick with NVIDIA because video editing is on the line here, and NVIDIA just does better in at least Premiere Pro, excuse me. It does also DaVinci Resolve, I believe, but all the AMD does okay in DaVinci Resolve, does fine, but not much better. Okay, so this has the Ryzen 7 7700. That is 8 cores, 16 threads, but a 65 watt TDP. So it runs efficiently. This is a really solid CPU, kind of multi-purpose. It's solid for gaming. It is. And I think that's what we put in the system that was about this price with a 7800 XT for 1440p gaming for Black Friday. And the 2 terabyte M.2 drive is nice. Full ATX B650 motherboard, so you have expandability, extra storage that you can add. You can add PCIe cards at the bottom. I don't know exactly what board it is, so I can't tell you what cards you could put in. That's unfortunate, but this is what we're trying to fit a lot into the budget. 32 gigs, DDR5 5200. Not a great speed on the RAM, not a great frequency, I should say. But you get the capacity, which is 32 gigs. That's fine. But let's look at some of these other ones too. So we have the Azure 3, same RAM. I'm trying to see which one of these has a better RAM actually. But this one has a 5070, RTX 5070, 12 gig. I tested the 5070 thoroughly in a bunch of games at 1440p, and it did great. It did not run out of VRAM or anything at any point until I went up to 4K, which you're not doing. At 4K, the 12 gigs of VRAM in certain games can be a limiting factor. But in 1440p, it rips. It does everything you want. And it outperforms the 5060 Ti 16 gig because it's just a faster GPU. The VRAM is not as much of an element in gaming as you think when it comes to just FPS. Unless you start to overload the VRAM because you're running it in a higher resolution. But at that point, you're getting lower FPS anyway because you're gaming higher resolution. Okay, and then this one. Oh, the difference, though, is that the CPU in this one is a Ryzen 5 7600. That is 6 cores, 12 threads. This is going to be something where it's like, okay, this ain't great for video editing. I'll do basic stuff only. It'll be a little slow on the video editing side, but I'm just getting into it. And you can upgrade to, I don't know if they're going to call it the 11,000 Ryzen 11,000 series, because we have 7,000 series Ryzen, 9,000 series Ryzen, and it's going to be 11, I guess. Unless they pull an Intel and just reboot. They do a reboot on it. On their naming convention. Sure. Same 32 gigs of RAM, though. But the drive gets a downgrade from 2 terabytes to 1 terabyte. But storage is one of the easiest things to add into your system. I do want to note that it says you get a full-size ATX B650, not an MATX board, though the picture shows an MATX board. Whose idea it was that their hero picture should have an MATX board and a full ATX case, I don't know. But you can see with this cable just hanging down here why I don't like that. It's terrible for cable management. You lose expandability on the motherboard for adding things in, and it's just not a good time unless you have an MATX case. How do you feel about emulation? OMJCYT, what's up? I use it. I do it. It's fine. I mean, hell, Nintendo has emulators on the Switch, so can't be that bad, right? This one, I think, does have an upgrade on the power supply, though. 650 watts goes up to 850 watt gold ATX 3.0. So that gets a pretty solid upgrade on the power supply. The GPU from 5060 Ti 16 gig to 5070 12 gig. That is an upgrade. Downgrade on the storage and the CPU. Now looking at this one here is the Azure 3 is showing as 1350 before my discount. It might be like 1309 or something after my discount. This one might be like $30 above budget after my discount, but it's a combination of the previous two PCs except for the storage. What I mean by that is you get that 8-core 16-thread Ryzen 7 7700 and the 5070. Same RAM, 32 gigs, DDR5 5200. The reason that's not a huge deal is because eventually you're going to remove this kit of RAM and put in a 64 gig kit of RAM once you get real serious about video editing. 32 gigs ain't going to cut it if you're editing 4K video, because most videos being uploaded to YouTube are going to be in 4K these days. And 4K video, once you're scrubbing through the timeline, that can take up a lot of RAM, and when it comes to video editing, capacity is king. You want 64 gigs if you're getting serious about it. And if you're buying a CPU to do better video editing, you're going to be getting serious about it at that point. This has the 850 watt power supply, probably the same motherboard as all the other ones. It does have a tower cooler, but when I was planning out the 2 collab systems for Black Friday, I was at Skytech while we were planning this. And we chose the Ryzen 7 7700. Their testing had shown that the, I think is a 5 heat pipe cooler that they use for this. And it was a really nice cooler. This looks like a 4 in the picture, but this isn't the same PC, I think. And they say down here that this is for illustrative purposes only, that it's not indicative of the exact components used when you buy this one here. So they have their legalese there. That's good. It shouldn't match the background as well as it does, though. I'm going to say that. The tower cooler should do fine. Once you upgrade your CPU, you should be able to put in an AIO. There's mounting for it up here, and then you're good to go. You could also, if you want to do like a 360 millimeter AIO, I don't know if this is going to support a 360. You probably fit that on the front here. But either way, there you go. There's the PC. I think this is the one because the 8-core 16 threads can help with streaming because you're running games, your OBS, your other stuff, a bunch of things. And sometimes having the extra cores can help you with that. 32 gigs of RAM is minimum I would put in a streaming PC at this point. And 1 terabyte of storage, not great. But again, adding storage, one of the easiest upgrades that you can possibly do. You can find a 5-minute YouTube video on how to add another M.2 drive and add the storage to Windows. So super easy to do. I think this is the one. It's going to come out a little over budget, but let's find out how much by adding it to cart and using my coupon code, which is SWARM, SWARM. I have another one here. Let's get that. Bye-bye. So proceed to checkout. This is where you would put it, SWARM. That's what it is for Skytech. This removes $41.40. The coupon code scales the percentage. It's a percentage, so it scales with the price of the system. That brings us to $38.59 over budget. But shipping is free. So if you take that into account, it kind of is still under budget. What do you think? Is this the one? Sound good to you? Forgot that I can like and heart super chats. So there you go. I've recognized your contribution. Thank you very much again, LPG. What do you think, Greg? Is that $1,300 a hard limit, like a hard upper limit for the budget, or is going over it by $38.59, but then getting free shipping, which I think should more than balance out? Shipping would be more than $40 if you did have to pay it. Is that adequate for you? Are you good with that? You really like it. Love that. Love to hear it. You were keeping me in suspense, though. You made me wait to get that positive reaction. Like, you were just like, I'll let him sweat a little bit. Let me see if this still works. 1 second. It does seem to work. Cool. So I can add this reference tag to the end of it. It may automatically add the coupon code for you. Let me know if it does. And to be clear, of course, when you do use these coupon codes, they do support what I do. I always feel a little weird when people do any gifting or bits or stuff like that on stream. The super chat, I've gotten over where I can't really react to it properly. I just say I appreciate it, and I do. But I've never known how to handle generosity like that. So what I prefer to get support with is by helping you save money instead of spending extra money. And that's what these do. So you get to save some money, and it supports what I do, and they get a customer who has been qualified for this build. Like, this build is well suited to getting you started on this. It is upgradable. It's a socket AM5. You can add in more USB ports if the motherboard doesn't have that many by getting yourself a $30 PCIe add-in card, USB 3.0 PCIe add-in card. You're golden. It's going to be a solid build for you. But basically, for Skytech, when they see that code come through, when they see code SWARM come through, they know that I took time with you, figured out that that PC is the right one for you. That makes for a better experience for you as a buyer and for them as the builder. They know that they're not going to have to go in and be like, is this the right build for you? What are you going to be doing with your, you know, some SIs will do that where they'll validate with you that it's the right system. It's more boutique SIs do that. Skytech's a little too high volume to have the time for that. They just assume that you know what you're getting. Ghost Boner, thank you for continuing to hang around. I appreciate you. I could probably throw a 7800 X3D later down the line for extra gaming power. Well, it's Jord. Here's the thing. That's not all they're doing, and that wouldn't be the right CPU for them. You see, the gaming is what we're starting with, but they want to do streaming and video editing. 7800 X3D is notably dismal for video editing. So what I'm thinking about is the fact that the Zen 6 is rumored. It is, or there was a, I don't know if it was a leak or a rumor. I need to look into this. That AMD is finally learning to count higher than 8. Because AMD doesn't actually have a 16-core CPU. They have a CPU with two 8-core CCDs on it, two 8-core chiplets. They're just like, here's an 8 and another 8. Here you go. They're finally learning to count to 12 because they're going to potentially have 12 core chiplets starting in AM6. So that's a big deal because that's like 4 more than 8, I think. Yo, I think that's Coalition Chris coming in with a tier 1 sub. Let's go, nerds. How's it going, Chris? How you doing, bud? I didn't turn off my echo. How you doing? Wait for Zen with Cam or I riot. No. So are we doing a podcast around TwitchCon or we're not? You got to tell me. I need to know. I'm going to be out there. Come hell or high water. I don't like missing TwitchCon. Even though I'm not a big Twitch streamer, I like going to TwitchCon. I don't know why. I just do. Greg, you're welcome for the help. I'm happy to do it. And let us know how it turns out. If you want to do something that's helpful to the community, when you get your PC, maybe when you're unboxing it, take a picture of how it's packaged, how it turns out, whatever, if you want to. And just share your experience in the SI Testimonials channel for Skytech in the Discord. There's an SI Testimonials group of channels, and Skytech has their own channel there. And people, you can share positive or negative experiences to help inform other community members who are trying to figure out where they want to get their PC from. That's a really helpful thing that you can do as a way to sort of pay it forward from getting free help tonight. And it just feeds into it because if you have a bad experience, I need to know that. And you have a place there where you can post pictures. And if they're bad in their customer service, which I'm not expecting from Skytech, you can show some of the dialogue if you want to from emails or whatever. It's very helpful to be able to actually show that because the funny thing about reviews is, well, words are a thing where you can just kind of put words together however you want. That's not always great. Pulled a 12-pair copper and 6-strand fiber for like 1,000 feet today. My back is now wrecked and we still have 2 more pulls to do. Damn. Oh man, I don't even have plans to go, but maybe I have to look at hotels. Well, I'm saying you're in the area, right? So like, even if you don't do TwitchCon, like I usually after I do San Diego, I'll usually go up to you know, LA, to that area, City of Industry or Ontario, because I'll visit Skytech or iBuyPower and do a video or something like that. So if you're closer to there, I'm going to be going there. You know, it's funny because Jay has told me repeatedly, like, yeah, reach out, man. If you're going to be here or you're going to do anything. And I always feel like I don't want to bother Jay. But man, that would be fun. I'd like to hang. I'd like to check out the new office, new studio for them. That'd be cool. Yeah, that was his thing. Last TwitchCon, we got to hang out, and he was like, "I would totally have you come by, but we're moving, and we're moving to this other place because we want people to be able to come by and have room to walk around." Yeah, well, Ontario is right here. Yes. I need to see. Last time Skytech, I mean, I did a thing with Skytech where we did the dual collab builds for Black Friday. That actually helped me make it out to TwitchCon, which was nice. But yeah, I mean, I still paid a lot of it myself. But I need to see if they want to do something else, or maybe iBuyPower wants to do something. I don't know. But yeah, that would be cool. I don't know. Or I can even just ask Jay if he's doing TwitchCon again, because I was doing things with GDQX, and I was hanging out with some of those guys. And for the first time, I got to meet some of the speedrunners that I really like watching on their streams and stuff. And I just hung out, and it was fun because I'd reached out to them beforehand and talked to them about stuff and all that. And we got to hang out, go out to dinner, stuff like that. That was really cool because I really admire the speedrunning community, like from a distance. My reflexes are gone, my hands are shaky. I don't think I could ever get into it, speedrunning myself. I still do some speedruns just for funsies on stream, on Sunday gaming streams. Like I'll do a Metroid Dread speedrun or whatever. I like to do the map randos on Super Metroid and all that. But I do like what they do. And I ended up, working with one of them on something. But I want to do more of that. Because a lot of these guys, they're working their butts off to try and hit these records, do these things. And some of them are working with potato PCs. So I want to do something about that, because like seriously, these guys are in some ways, speedrunners are keeping retro gaming alive. Isn't that freaking awesome? Like GDQ is huge. Man, I don't know. I want to see like some pre-built companies provide PCs as prizes. If all alliteration aside, that would be super cool for GDQ. That was a lot of P. We'll make plans. Awesome. It doesn't have to be the podcast. I like the vibe of y'all's podcast. It's super chill. And I think that'd be fun. We'll have you do a Conan-style clueless gamer segment with Haz playing Metroid. We need to witness a Brayathorn meltdown. Oh my God. The thing is, it wasn't his fault. It wasn't his fault. I was telling myself it wasn't his fault. Trying to guide someone with the lag of typing in chat, I should have just gotten on a Discord call with him. Because at that point, he was like, yeah, backseat. Do backseating. I don't care. Let's go. It was late. He was tired. But man, I was like, you're doing this on purpose. I know you're doing it. No, he wasn't doing it on purpose. It's okay. What would be kind of fun, Chris, actually, would be if I did if I showcased some of the things that you can do in Super Metroid, because I'm not a Super Metroid speedrunner, but I have learned quite a few of the tricks and stuff. That'd be fun. And show off like the map rando thing. It's super cool. Like it is super cool what they did. I'm talking about hundreds or thousands of hours of labor over years went into making the seed generator, the randomizer for the maps of Super Metroid. It's crazy. The logic is insane. And it's very, very cool. Like one of my favorite games of all time, if not the. Well, okay, it's not the favorite game of all time. That's really hard to nail down. Favorite platformer of all time is Super Metroid. Hands down. Let's put it that way. And if you take that gameplay, that movement, the mechanics, everything, and the theming and the pixel art of Super Metroid, it's a crazy awesome game, and you make it a new puzzle every time, that's awesome. It's a new thing to figure out every time. If I'm stressed, I generate a seed and I just go in and I just lose myself in that. Anyways, but what's up with you, man? What are you up to? What's going on with you? It's Jord. That's a paragraph right there. Okay. Looking to build my own PC soon. Got some info from just by watching here. Last time you did a PC matchmaking so far, looking at 64 gigs of RAM at 6K or above, and 5070 Ti paired with a 9800X3D, as I'll only really be gaming AAA. And as I mentioned, Factorio, because X3D works really well. You had me in the first half, I'm not going to lie. Because AAA, X3D, not usually a good mix. It's a waste of money. But yeah. However, because UK prices are, because I'm in UK, prices are a little inflated. Yeah. Okay. Well, Jord, fill out the form. Come back Thursday. Let's do this. I can do UK. That's fine. If you're trying to build it yourself, PC Part Picker has a UK setting. We can do that. Awesome stuff. Mostly just work and now back pain. Right. You told me about that. Yeah. Got some stuff to review hitting my bench soon, though. Nice. I still game it at 1080p. Give me that X3D. Yeah, it's valid for you. That's the only place where the benchmarks make any sense. I mean, you saw what I had to say. This is the whole reason that I had to say in the video with Danny. My hot take was the only benchmark that matters is enjoyment. Like, because It was all 1080p gaming benchmarks with so many people who have moved on to 1440p. If you haven't, dude, that's sick. That's cool. Whatever works. But yeah. Yeah, I remember. So back when I was doing, I was doing IT, and I got all the way up to sysadmin, IT admin, network admin, whatever we want to call it. I was in that position. It was kind of all those things in one for this company, and for a long time. And then that company sold, and I was like, this area is not good for this field. Now I don't want to start from the bottom again in IT or whatever, because there was nothing available for a sysadmin anywhere here. So I ended up getting into telecommunications, and I worked my way to enterprise telecommunications, enterprise stuff, businesses, warehouses, whatever, just all business stuff. And man, they would have some for commercial, the runs for coax. You don't use RG6, use RG11. Have you seen RG11, Chris? It's like that. It's like that. You need a specialized tool for stripping RG11 and terminating it. But it's not like this. It's like that. It's like twice or thrice the thickness of RG6. I don't see the need for the people that can tell the difference. The case for 1080p is just easier to run, maintain higher FPS at all times, and importantly, your GPU will last you way longer. People forget that 1440p is like a 30% performance hit versus 1080p. Yeah, but the visual fidelity, for me, the enjoyment is in a balance of visual fidelity and frame rate. And GPUs are way more capable of running 1440p than they used to be. If you're like, fake frames, maybe you won't like it. But DLSS is not what it was back in 20 series. DLSS is amazing now. And that means that in a not crazy expensive, well, of course, most NVIDIA GPUs are crazy expensive. But I mean, what was it? Brett was talking about their testing of the 5060 showed notably good 1440p performance, better than they were expecting in any case. 1440p is the sweet spot. Unless you're all about frame rate, because frames win games, and that's fair. For some people, that's valid. I'm more narrative driven now in gaming. I don't care. Like, I'm not about super high frame rates. But then I saw MFG for the first time, and it was like, oh, that looks really good to me. It might not look good to everybody, but damn, that looks good to me. It's okay if you don't like it. I love it. Yes, we have a 465-foot run of it at the property my parents have. Yeah. Well, because most commercial lots are all paved, you can't bury that. I don't know if that's aerial, what you're talking about, but I've had to get a 250, 300-foot run of that and literally Back to the Future, connect it, but on a ladder, on the pole, hang it up on the pole. Dude, I was fit when I was doing that stuff. Good Lord. Okay, Gimbal, calm down. Okay, so I upgraded my setup here, Chris, by the way. What did I tell? Do you know who Manly Reviews is? He makes some of my favorite, they have the video game essay videos, like Nakey Jakey, that kind of thing. He makes my favorite ones of those. Manly Reviews on YouTube. But I got to know him at last TwitchCon, and we chat now and then. I go to his stream. But we were talking camera stuff, and I was like, I never buy gear I don't need. And by never, I mean constantly. Sorry. So you see this right here? So there you go. All right. All right. That's my FX3, by the way. God, why do I do this? I got the RS4 and I got this thing. Hold on. Let me get this centered. All right, stop. Collaborate. Listen. And then I got this. This is the module that comes with the RS4 Mini. And it works on the RS4 full-size gimbal. It's the face tracking module. So I have my gimbal mounted to a sort of a power supply thing, a powered thing that can mount, has a bunch of mounting options, like a cheese plate on the bottom, and it has power in that you can use a V-mount battery or a wall plug. And I have that mounted there, and then I have it at the right height, but I can adjust the height for when I'm doing standing videos, unboxings and stuff. And then this just clicks on right there on the side of the gimbal, and then I just do that, and there you go. Here's the stupid part. I already had an Osmo Pocket 3 that did the same damn thing. But the reason I need this is because I have content coming up where I need to have a camera person that's going to have the gimbal, and I have the harness and everything, so it's super comfortable. And with this, they don't have to constantly move to keep faces in frame or anything like that. But I can also just put this on a tripod at CES or Computex. And I was just using my Osmo Pocket 3 to have face tracking stuff there. But now I can use my FX3 on a tripod, and it'll follow me around if I don't have a camera person. Or on a monopod, but I would not trust this rig on a monopod. No way, no how. But yeah, so this is, the purchase is not for streaming. It just happens to work really well for streaming. It's actually for, you know, event coverage, you know, stuff like that. Also, it's really cool if I'm doing a video where I'm trying to show a product and I want to feel like I have a cameraman. Okay, so I'm going to unbox this here, put it up here. And anyway, so if you do this, and if I go to the joystick, I can move it around to where I'm on this part of the frame, not centered. I thought you would appreciate it, is why I'm saying all that stuff. Is literally anybody else interested in this? I don't think so. But yeah, the RS4 is actually a pretty solid deal. And the camera module, I had to order because I don't have the RS4 Mini. I think the RS4 Mini actually would be fine for most people because you're not going to have like an FX6. And I don't have an FX6. The FX3 would work on the RS4 Mini. I could have just done this with that. But it has I can't mount it like this. Or I can't mount it on a monopod or tripod as easily. You have to mount like it has a permanent battery on it. Like it's not a detachable battery. That's how this thing is able to be mounted really well. You just run a V-mount battery. So I had to go with the RS4, but I wanted the camera module and the adapter to fit it into this. And that was like 90 bucks, but it was shipped from China directly. It's crazy. Anyway, you know your camera stuff. I figured that you would like that, so I thought I'd bring it up. And yeah, I overdo it, okay? I know I overdo it. I didn't mean to get into the camera stuff as much as I did, but I did. It's okay. That's hot. It's one way to put it, for sure. So we rated Manly Reviews last time. Hey, Has Agent is streaming right now. I think we rated him recently, actually just before Manly Reviews. Dude, Pete is playing Chrono Trigger. Oh, man. I was like this. I from what I understand, last TwitchCon, I came this close to meeting both Connor and Premiere 2, Peter. It just goes by Peter now, Premiere 2. Because their booth was really close to where I was. That was really annoying. Because I like both of those guys. But he's playing Chrono Trigger right now. Damn. Blondie is streaming. Could raid Blondie. I just saw that. Haven't rated Blondie but Geeky in a long time. Let's go ahead and do that. I understand. Our early days, we mainly shot with a Canon 1DX Mark II. Yeah. For me, it was a ZV-E10. Well, first it was an A6000, and then I had an issue with that one. And I was able to return it, and I had bought it on sale, but they gave me full price back because it wasn't on sale anymore. I was like, you know what you're doing, right? It was like, yeah, don't worry about it. I was like, okay, I'd like to get a ZV-E10 now because that was more expensive. That camera is still, I mean, since day one, I'm not day one, but whenever I went mirrorless, That camera is right up there. It is my top-down camera now, and it is still a banger. ZVE10, Sigma, 16 millimeter f1.4 on there, and you're streaming. Like that is like the ultimate streamer camera without going overboard like this. Whenever someone's like, dude, what kind of camera are you using? I'm like, I don't want to answer that. You don't need this. I don't care what your budget is for your camera. You don't. I do YouTube. That's why I have this camera. But anyway. Okay, I think we're gonna raid Blondie but Geeky. The no, okay, Chris, I know about Ari Alexa. I know. Also, Sony has some insanely overly expensive cameras too, but yeah, I ain't going that route. Still, most people, when you say like $3,500 or $4,000 body only, they're gonna be like. So that's no lens on the. Yeah. And that's because it's full frame, where the lenses are more expensive. That's a great thing about ZVE10, crop sensor. Frames are way cheaper. Okay, yeah, we're going to raid Blondie but Geeky. Please hang with me. If you do, you get extra channel points. I do intend to add more channel point redemptions, more things for that. Fun things. Maybe I'll copy some things off of Manly Reviews. He has probably the most chaotic stream I've ever enjoyed. What I mean by that is there's more chaotic streams, but I couldn't enjoy them. His I do, but he's got so many channel point redemptions and different things going on in his stream. He complimented me on having a super clean stream setup, but I'm like, but I want fun stuff though. Meyer just rated her too. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's even better. That is even better. Okay. I would rate Hess, but I just did. I haven't rated Blondie in forever. Wait. Oh, someone else saying they were leaving. Okay, I thought Blondie was quitting. I was like, an hour and 49 minutes in? Come on. And you just got rated? Come on. Okay, we're going to start this up. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. We only did a couple builds tonight, but maybe we'll do more on Thursday. We do have some other people on the forum who maybe left or couldn't get help. So I need to save this build before I close everything out. Oh, I already did. All right. That's it, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'll see y'all on Thursday. Until then, take care.
Let's go, nerds!